Everyone, welcome to the fifth and penultimate hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 1, Premier and Finance, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. Firstly, I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Harris and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Aboriginal Affairs and Treaty, Gaming and Racing, Veterans, Central Coast and Medical Research. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To the witnesses, welcome again and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Mr Draper, I will also remind you that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And I'll begin with, on my left with Ms Lamb.
My name is Caroline Lamb and I am the Chair of the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Hamilton.
Shane Hamilton, Deputy Secretary, Aboriginal Affairs, New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Barakat.
Tariq Barakat, Deputy Secretary, Hospitality and Racing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Mildwater.
Elizabeth Mildwater, Secretary, Department of Creative Industries, Tourism, Hospitality and Sport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Crawford.
Philip Crawford, the Chief Commissioner of the New South Wales Independent Casino Commission. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And for those at the back, we'll start with Mr Griffin. If you'd come forward.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen Griffin, the Chief Executive Officer, Greyhound Racing New South Wales. Greyhound Welfare and Integrity Commission. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ms Drake.
My name is Lee Drake. I'm an Assistant Commissioner with the Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms Drake. Dr Levesque.
Jean-Frédéric Lévesque. I'm Deputy Secretary for Clinical Innovation and Research in New South Wales Health. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms McAnnis.
Another table.
Cast it down. Rude.
Good morning, Caroline McInnes. I'm the Director in the New South Wales Office for Veterans Affairs. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you all. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 3:30pm. We'll then have a 15-minute break before resuming questioning from 3:45pm to 5:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the crossbench and opposition members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We'll begin with questions from the crossbench and Mr. Borzak. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good to see you sitting in the shade there. That's not our doing. We won't keep you in the dark for very long. Just a quick few questions in relation to that old chestnut in the greyhound racing industry. I'm sure you're looking forward to them. Did you ever have any conversations with the acting CEO, Wayne Billett, before the resignation of Rob McCauley?
No. So I have met Mr. Billett, just in general, but I had no conversations at all. That's a matter for the Greyhound Racing New South Wales Board, and in fact, I don't think, other than general conversation with the chair at one point there, I've had no conversations with any staff from Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever have any conversations with any other members of staff before the exit of McCauley?
No.
No? Did you ever instruct the chair of GR New South Wales to remove McCauley?
No. In being full and frank and open, when we received the report on YE, which was prosecuted through the media at first, and then we saw the actual allegations there, I did suggest to the chair that he might stand the CEO aside whilst an investigation took place. The CEO told me that he didn't feel that was necessary, and that's a matter for the board, and they chose to leave him in place.
Sorry, who did you say that to?
To the chair of Greyhound Racing.
The CEO told you that you didn't think you said CEO told
Oh, sorry, it was the chair.
You meant the chair?
Yeah, I meant the chair.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah,
did you tell the chair, GR New South Wales, that you did not want the CEO McCauley to remain?
No. What I think my exact words were that the board may need to consider taking some of the heat out of the situation, and I thought that was prudent in terms of some of the allegations that have been raised. The board chose to do otherwise.
In your view, did the board handle it in the right way in the end? Not so much in relation to him, but in terms of the investigation process.
Well, we determined that we would then do an independent investigation, and that's where we've appointed Ms. Lamb to do. We felt that there was a growing body of evidence that needed more public scrutiny. I think there's no secret that, I think we discussed at last estimates, the original investigation into allegations hadn't been released, other than a summary, and it got to the point where I thought that it was prudent to have a more thorough investigation for transparency reasons, and that's currently underway.
But I think it's on the public record that the board itself did do its own investigations.
They most certainly did,
but
yes.
You never saw the outcome of those investigations, did you?
I have now.
You have now?
Yes.
Okay.
So just a bit of a timeline. So after we wrote to the board asking them to show cause because of we felt that there was a breach of their licence, on resolution or on them replying to that show cause, they also sent a redacted version of the report, which just redacted names. I then handed that to the legal people in the department who have since done an analysis of that report, and I think we've made the right decision having an independent inquiry.
Thank you. As Ms. Drake, have you actually commenced your process of inquiry yet? Sorry, you may have to come up.
Yeah, Ms. Drake, if you please come forward.
Maybe Clark. Oh, there's a chair there. Sorry, I thought you were going to be stuck standing there.
Never.
No, there's this
Never.
microphone.
Can you tell us where you're up to in relation to the process?
I was appointed on the 11th of July. I've commenced various inquiries. Notices have been sent out to produce documents, notices to answer questions, and we have a hearing date, 2 hearing blocks set down for hearing, and we've obtained various statements and information from various people. Not all of the notices have been yet answered, but they're in the course of being
And in
answered
terms
dealt with.
of people wanting to make submissions, how do they find you?
We have a website,
Have a website now?
yes, and
Could you tell me please what it is?
no,
No?
I'd have to go back and look at the papers in my handbag,
all
but
right.
it's a perfectly straightforward,
That's all right.
straightforward
I should
address.
take that on
We'll
notice.
take that on notice,
Take that
yes.
on notice.
The Minister will take that on notice and tell someone
Not
to
very
do
good
it.
at remembering web addresses, but it's on. We also put advertisements with that on in the Sunday Telegraph and the Herald and some Greyhound magazines.
Well, I think I'm
and-
getting quite a few approaches from people in the industry that want to make submissions.
Well, forward them on to me
I
immediately.
will.
Thank you.
I might also, if I could get an email address, I'll do exactly that. Thanks very much.
Okay, just,
Drake.
Mr Chair, it is www.nsw.gov.au/Drake Inquiry, one word.
Excellent. Thank
Drake.
you very much.
Drake Inquiry, one word. Thank you.
Yeah, and I do apologise, I said Ms Lamb, I meant Ms...
Yeah, I heard you say that. I thought,
Yes,
yeah. No, I heard you say
I
that.
was a bit worried.
What, you've replaced her already? She didn't even know it.
Is
No,
that,
just
is that
slip
all?
of the tongue.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ms Drake. Premier, there you go. So I've got a slip of the tongue. I got a slip of the
Please
tongue.
don't do that to me.
Everyone's moving up today.
We're all
Everyone's
moving up.
That's
Order,
career-ending.
order. Come on. Questions,
Well,
please.
I'm sorry, Mr Minns, but you've been superseded. All right, I beg your pardon. Has the department provided advice to you on the board's response to your show cause notice?
They certainly have, and we're now following through the process. I have to say from the outset that I've been a little bit frustrated in why I wanted to have this all sorted out as quickly as possible, but with all the legal requirements, it's taking longer than I would have liked. The board has responded. The department has given me the necessary advice. I have now made a decision, but I have to take that to Cabinet, which I understand will be next week or the week after, for endorsement of that decision, and then hopefully we can move forward.
All right, well, that probably chops out the second part of that question. Can we see the advice and the response? Not yet. That's
Not
the
yet,
answer.
and it may become Cabinet in confidence, so I have to
okay,
check on
all
that.
right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Well, the next question was, have you responded to the board's response? But obviously, you have?
I have written to the board. Yes.
And can we see that response?
I'll take that on notice. I think probably yes, given it's a letter to the
Okay,
board.
thank
but
you.
yeah, I'll take it on notice. I'll confirm.
Minister, you've put the board in limbo. The CEO is removed and the organisation is run by the acting CEO with no future plan in place. Have you kneecapped the industry through your actions and now you are standing over it with a government inquiry? Is that a correct characterisation?
No, I think what's happened is that there was a culmination of a number of events, and as the Minister, who is in charge of making sure that the industry can be the best that it can be, we needed to have an intervention. I think that's been entirely appropriate, and through Ms Drake's inquiry, people will be able to come forward and you know, put their views on the record, and then the government will consider those views in terms of making the industry more robust, having better outcomes for animal welfare, noting that it's already been put on the public record that the government's starting point is the industry will continue. My job is to make sure that it is as safe as it can be, and that's what I'm determined to do.
Thank you. Can you remind us, please, when Ms Drake's due to report back to the government?
Yeah, I think it's towards the end of the year.
It's the 13th of December is the date.
Beg your pardon?
13th of December this year.
13th of December. Okay, thank you. Just an aside to that question, I mean, how can you expect the industry to survive and adequately defend itself in this current period of hiatus?
I don't see it necessarily as being in a period of hiatus. The the board hasn't been restricted; it's still been able to operate, and the acting CEO is still able to do what needs to be done. I think that we have to make sure that there is public confidence that both from a organisational point of view and a safety point of view that we are putting in place appropriate interventions. And one of my frustrations have been, and I've said this publicly, is that we've had a fund set up by the previous government, of which $18 million is still sitting in the fund, and we weren't seeing that money rolled out, even though we knew that there were issues with different tracks, and the actual clubs were feeding that back to me, that they were frustrated, and we had to have that intervention to make sure that if the industry is to move forward, then that it does so in the best possible way that it can, and that it does so with the government supporting high track standards.
Yeah, well, we might come back to some questioning around that $18 million later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr Latham, you have 5 minutes.
Minister, could I thank you for the letter you sent on the 9th of August to the Chair of Racing New South Wales regarding what appears to be their failures to meet their statutory obligation concerning the racing industry consultation group. Can I ask if there are other matters that you addressed in that letter, particularly the failure to produce a strategic plan as according to their statutory obligation and to do that every 3 years?
Yeah, so I was paying attention to your comments in the inquiry.
And my very good question on the notice?
Yes. And I immediately asked the question to the department whether those two statutory requirements were being fulfilled. We wrote to Racing. I was informed in a meeting with them that the consultative meetings had been occurring, and there had been agreement within the group to reduce the number of meetings, but they were still meeting. And in terms of the strategic plan, they told me that they had probably been a bit tardy with it. It is now out for public consultation. The reasons I accepted partly was because of the fact that we are reviewing wagering in New South Wales, and it's very difficult to come up with a strategic plan when you don't necessarily know what that environment looks like. But anyway, that plan is out for consultation, and I'm sure that once the decisions on wagering are made over the next 12 months, hopefully that they will then feed that information into their plan.
Right, so that was raised in your 9 August letter as well?
No, it wasn't in the letter. It was consequently to the letter.
They hadn't produced a strategic plan for 5 years,
Yep.
outside their statutory obligation. In the meeting you had, did you also raise the problem of the lack of funds going out for racing for the regions, that $67 million was received 3 years ago, and the clubs are obviously complaining they haven't received the funding. For some reason, all the funding went to Racing New South Wales. They've adopted a peculiar strategy of saying, say at Gosford Racecourse, that they'd need to own the land before the stadium was built. So when do we get that money out, and have you raised that with the leadership of Racing New South Wales?
Yeah, so I'd actually raised that with them previously. So one of the things, Mr Latham, I did on becoming minister was make representations on behalf of provincial and country racing tracks in terms of how they're funded, and also that that capital works. I met recently with the CEO and the deputy chair, and they updated me on the Racing New South Wales funded projects. I'm not sure that you want me to go and read through all of them where they're up to at the moment, but I'm happy to table that.
If you could table it?
Yes,
Yeah, and that's Racing for the Regions, is it?
Yes, yeah. And I was at Gosford Race Club on Monday and was having a look at the cambering work that's
So just to be
currently
clear, what's
underway
being tabled there?
it's the funded projects.
Okay, thank you.
This is money that's gone out?
Yes, or it says where it's up to. So
Right.
some of them are. It's this one as well. So there's two different lots of funding. Some of it's complete, and some of it's being held up with development applications in council, which is probably not unusual.
Right, okay. And you mentioned there,
table that as well?
I assume this is an allusion to the representations you received from Wyong Race Club about a new funding formula, because the clubs generally say they're being starved by Racing New South Wales. How did the leadership respond to that suggestion of a new funding formula for the industry?
Yeah, so it's wrapped up a little bit in the current licence agreement that had a 5-year period to run. However, the leadership of Racing New South Wales agreed that getting their funding yearly wasn't appropriate and made it very difficult for the clubs, and then the clubs are now being paid monthly. Now, I understand there's some...
They're being paid any more, that's their main point.
Yeah, and that's all wrapped up in the agreement, and once we get the RDA and everything re-sorted out, then that will become part of that, including maybe the distribution of the point of consumption tax, but that's all involved in that negotiation. So that will take longer, but at least the clubs now are getting funded on a more regular basis, which has made their cash flow better.
And did you raise with the leadership the obvious problem at Scone TAFE, which Racing New South Wales purchased for $4 million, just $4 million 3 years ago? And there's a lot of industry disquiet that there's not much training occurring there, and the facilities are very much moribund.
Yeah, so I've actually visited that site and was shown, there was actually a course for trainers and for jockeys, I think, going on when I was there. I know they're ramping that up. I'm happy to take on notice and find out exactly where that was, because I visited there last year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister.
Morning.
Minister, what can you tell me about the greyhound that recently died as part of the Aussie Mates in the States program, who died after being left on the tarmac for 6 hours and boiling to death?
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not across the specifics of that.
Are you aware of this incident?
I was aware of a dog that had a mishap. I'm not sure that I know exactly of that one.
I mean, obviously a dog boiling to death isn't a story someone would easily forget. Isn't there a requirement on Greyhound Racing New South Wales to tell you as the Minister when something of this occurs?
The easy answer to that is that's been part of my discussions with the board about what the Minister should not be informed about, which was the contention and why the show cause notice was done. So the department's currently working with Greyhound Racing New South Wales to develop a better communication strategy.
But this is a fairly recent incident where a greyhound was, I don't know if he was forgotten about, but left in the sun for 6 hours and died. I would have thought, myself as the Animal Justice Party, I've got 2 staff, we have this information, but the Racing Minister doesn't. This seems like a pretty big issue to me.
So what was the name of the dog, sorry?
I don't have the name of the dog. I've only spoken to Qantas and to somebody else as well who was involved and is aware that the dog had died.
Yep. So the only information I've got is that 2 greyhounds enrolled in the US program died prior to transport in New South Wales, including a greyhound Carey at the Henrob Mascot Kennel facility and another at a veterinary clinic, but that's...
So it hasn't been reported, this incident?
I don't know.
Still don't know.
Because Qantas has confirmed with me the death of this dog. Minister, I guess, and thank you, I'm happy to speak to GWIC this afternoon. What I'm concerned about is that Greyhound Racing New South Wales has a responsibility under their operating licence to immediately disclose any information capable of adversely affecting the reputation or integrity of Greyhound Racing New South Wales or the industry. Now, a dog, as part of an overseas rehoming program, that is left in the sun for 6 hours and who boils to death, I would think, would fit within that. Now, Qantas, I have an email from Qantas confirming the dog's death, but you as the Racing Minister haven't been informed of this. What action are you going to be taking going forward, given that this information still doesn't seem to be making it to yourself as the Minister?
Yes, I think I just described that there is current negotiation between the department and Greyhound Racing New South Wales on improved communication and what needs to be reported to me under the terms of the licence.
But is it working if you haven't been
it's still
told
under
about this
negotiation.
incident?
That's why they got the show cause notice. So we're still working through all of this. One of the reasons that I was unhappy that I didn't receive the Chief Veterinary report was because the previous lines of communication, and I'm not being overly critical of Greyhound Racing New South Wales, that was the agreement they had with the previous minister. I didn't find to be acceptable, and so we're changing that.
Minister, you met with Adam Castleton on the 18th of June. Is he still the chair of Greyhound Racing New South Wales?
He is.
Why is his email now bouncing, though?
I've no idea.
You're not aware of that?
No.
So what did you discuss on this meeting on the 18th of June in regards to industry issues?
I'd have to take that on notice specifically, but the meetings I had with the chair broadly were in terms of the reports. So there was YE, later on the Chief Veterinary report, and of course previous to that was just a discussion around his role as chair and how we were going to work together.
Do you have a timeline on working out with Greyhound Racing New South Wales what information they should be supplying to you as Minister? Obviously there's still incidences going on and that information still isn't making it to you as Minister. When will that be finalised so you'll be able to tell us whether or not something should have come to you as the Minister?
Yeah, I haven't. I don't think we've set a date for it, but
What I can say, Ms Hurst, if I may, is that will be done from our perspective as soon as possible. It probably will be an interim approach because in terms of reference of Ms Drake's inquiry are also looking at, well, one of them is looking at the reporting and accuracy of Greyhound Racing New South Wales. So we will develop an interim response to try and cover the gap to 13th of December, and then Ms Drake will likely make findings and recommendations in relation to that as well.
Thank you, Mr Barakat. Questions now from the opposition.
Thank
Ms
you, Chair.
Munro.
Good morning, Minister.
morning.
I am wondering if you have seen the Queensland Government's probity report into the STARS operations.
okay, I haven't seen the actual report, but I have read media reports on it.
Okay, and would you like to see the report?
Have you got a copy?
Oh, well,
I'm sure the Nick's seen it.
have you asked for a copy,
No, the Nick
Minister?
hasn't seen it. I haven't at this stage. It was only very new. I think I read about it yesterday or the day before. We obviously, the Nick is the body that's in charge of looking at these integrity issues, etc. And I would rely then on a briefing from them on if there's anything that I need to act or know about.
So will you be writing to the Queensland Government or your counterpart to request a copy of the report?
I'm not sure if Mr Crawford's already done that or...
Is this the report into Chow Tai Fook?
Yes, but I'm actually asking, Minister, if it's something that you will do.
Yeah, I'm certainly interested in it. Look, I can write to the Minister and ask for it directly, but the normal way things work is that the Commission look at those issues and then provide me with advice.
I think it's still subject to a gag order from the Supreme Court of Queensland.
Yes, that was my understanding as well. Nevertheless, I think it's worth engaging with the Queensland Government given the possible implications for New South Wales.
So just on that, our departments are talking with their Queensland counterparts on all of these issues, because obviously the issues around STAR goes across the border, and they are watching all of these things.
So will you be seeking additional probity advice given these media reports?
Well, my understanding, Mr Crawford might correct me, that that their role or the group up there includes this person. As far as I'm aware, they have no role in New South Wales. So, yeah, in that context, we would have to decide whether it was actually causing issues in New South Wales.
So you haven't sought probity advice that relates specifically to this gentleman's relationship with CTFE?
Not at this stage.
Okay. And I presume you've never met with him yourself?
No.
And was there any prior knowledge that you had about the relationship between Chow and CTFE?
No.
And has the Nick provided any briefings of that nature?
No. Chow Tai Fook's about a 3% shareholder in Star Sydney. To be a close associate and go through a full probity, they need to get to 10%. They informed us several years ago they were looking at going to over 10%. We opened a file, we sent a letter, and some months later, the chairman of Star rang up and said, that's not going to happen, you can close your file. So no probity was undertaken in this state.
Okay, thank you. Minister, do you think that 10% is too high a threshold? If this is the case, I mean, we've got a situation where an individual has possibly been involved in the operation of an organisation that is quite substantially contributing to the New South Wales economy, and maybe they were scared off by a 10% threshold and a probity investigation, but is 3% too low because it's not going to uncover these important discoveries?
Yeah, I'm happy to take advice on that. Obviously, the system was set up under the previous government, and if that needs to be changed and we get that recommendation from the NIC, we would certainly look at it.
Mm-hmm. Would you be prepared to make that advice public?
Look, a lot of these things are very legal, so I can't make that commitment up front. If that advice is supplied, we would make it public if we can.
Okay.
So at this point, I'd just like to remind all members, we had an issue yesterday that naming of particular individuals and adverse mention of particular individuals in this committee is to be avoided. So just reminding all members of that.
Just to that point, this is fairly public in the media, the ventilation of these issues at the moment. So I don't
certainly, but it relates to the use of parliamentary privilege to adversely mention. I'm just reminding honourable members of that.
Thank you, Chair.
So, Minister, we've currently got the Star that still is not fit to hold a casino licence. There's reports in the paper today that you're preparing for what will happen, and I quote, what will happen if the company goes under. What's the future of the Star?
You would expect that government would be looking at a range of contingencies. We've been doing that for a period of time, going back to last year. There's a whole range of things that we need to be prepared for. Some is their financial viability, of course, but the other is if they're deemed not to be able to hold a licence. So the government is looking at all of those contingencies. I'm a little bit restricted on what I can say specifically because Star's in the show cause period, and I don't want to upset that in any way. They have a right to procedural fairness to respond to the Bell report, and of course when we get that response, then the NIC in their role will be making further recommendations.
And when does that period come to an end? When are they required to respond?
We'll be serving the notices. They're with our lawyers at the moment. I think they'll come back from council early next week, so you can assume that they'll be served on the company Thursday, Friday next week when we've had a meeting and gone through them. They'll call for a response within 14 days, so that takes us to the last couple of days of September. Then we'll meet as a body in the early part of October and make a decision.
So, Minister, the company has outlined that they are, seeking some form of deferral from the New South Wales government when it comes to taxation requirements and the like. That is something that you will today rule out?
I think the Treasurer answered that. It's a matter for the Treasurer. Certainly, we had put forward the jobs guarantee previously, which had some tax deferrals. We're not currently considering any further assistance. Our worry is that the Queen's Wharf development has serious financial issues, and we don't want New South Wales taxpayer money being deferred to that. So at this particular stage, the answer would be no, but that is a matter for the Treasurer.
So with that former tax deferral and the jobs guarantee attached to it, what claims does the New South Wales government have potentially if Star is to go under?
That's a very, very complex matter, which has been looked at in very great detail. In terms of what was the one on the previous one? So I'm not sure that we can outline that here today, but that's part of the contingency. So those matters are being looked at by a working group between my department, Treasury, and the Cabinet Office.
Thank you, Minister.
What was the process of being told that the Star Casino was considering an application for safe harbour provisions? When were you told about that?
Mr. Crawford?
The directors are entitled to safe harbour protection at a time they get advice. They're entitled to it. So I've been aware of it for some time. They've kept us informed.
Mm-hmm.
And we were briefed. About the safe harbour, I think, last year.
Yeah, it's been going for some time.
Okay, thank you. Minister, in terms of the 4,000 workers at the Star, how are they being accommodated at this point? Obviously, it's a fairly troubling time for them, and the government has a jobs guarantee in place. So what's the process that you're going through to help those people?
Yeah, so the Treasurer has been leading that process. His office is in constant contact with the union. Obviously, I read reports in the paper today of the workers being a little bit unsettled about the current situation. As far as we're aware, and I think the Treasurer said this in his evidence, that so far the jobs guarantee is holding fast. There's been no job losses, other than if, as agreed under the terms of the agreement, that for disciplinary reasons and those sorts of things. So at the moment, the jobs guarantee is holding fast. This is pretty fluid. So the government, as I said, has a working group, and we're responding to each of the issues as quickly as we can.
Minister Harris, what recommendations have you made to the Treasurer in terms of support for workers at the Star?
So the Treasurer and I met with the union last year, and that's where the jobs guarantee came from. Our priority is to protect those jobs if we can, but we also have to take into account is that we're not responsible for Star's financial position, and there's only so much the government can do. So where we can, we will try to protect those jobs, and obviously there's penalties if Star is in breach of the agreement. But I think there's a lot of other issues that are out of our control.
Okay. Minister, with the vibrancy reforms that your government has put through, the Nighttime Industry Association analysis uncovered $29,000 in hidden fees and charges for anyone looking to set up a new venue in Sydney. I'm wondering what you're doing to reduce that burden for potential owners.
Yeah, so Minister Graham is the lead minister in terms of the vibrancy reforms. My role is to support those reforms through changes to regulation and work that my department does. We're in constant discussion, and we're about to bring tranche 2 to the Parliament, hopefully in the next few months, which will have further changes. We're constantly talking to the industry, and we're looking for any way where we can assist them to do business better.
So what are some of those ways?
Well, you'll see that when the legislation's brought forward, but we're really determined to cut red tape. We've already done that in a number of ways, through regulation changes, through discounts to fees and charges for live music, and also attacking the issue of sound, which is only a fairly new process. I don't think we've got enough information yet to work out how that's transpiring.
The problem here is that there are already an enormous amount of fees being charged, and the industry associations are saying that they need help and that they need further cuts. So is that something that will be in the legislation that you bring forward?
That's Probably more of a question for Mr. Graham next door, because he's the lead minister in terms of vibrancy.
But you're in charge of the licensing, as you've said.
That's right, and we do it in terms of talking to industry about licence fees, etc., and working out the detail once the policy has been determined.
So you're not advocating to the minister to reduce fees?
No, that's a misrepresentation. We're
Okay.
talking about all of these issues. We want the industry to be able to do business better, and those discussions are ongoing.
You haven't really told me how the government is doing that. Like, we've got
No, because we're not going to do
$29,000 in
we're not going to do a
licensing
media
fees.
release today. This is in the pipeline. We are working really hard on the next tranche of reforms, and
So-
as soon as they're ready, that will be announced.
So when they're ready, are you confident that you will be reducing significantly the fees and charges that business owners have to pay to set up here in New South Wales?
I said we're not going to give that detail today. That's still under discussion.
So you can't give any guarantee that the new legislation
The
is going
guarantee
to
I can
reduce
give
fees?
is that we are working with industry to make their ability to do business easier, and that we grow the industry. That is our aim. That is why we have vibrancy.
But you can't tell
and
me
that
if it
is
will
the
respond
thing.
to a
No, I
key
said
concern
I'm not going to
that
be.
people
I'm not
are
going to be
raising.
making that announcement today. The government will make that announcement when we're ready to bring forward tranche 2.
Okay, so we don't know whether the announcement will include the reduction of fees and charges for businesses.
I said I'm not announcing that today.
Okay.
Thank you. Minister, with respect to cashless gaming, concerning the independent panel on gaming reform, where are we up to with the trials on cashless gaming?
Okay, so the trials are ongoing. We, as you would expect with a trial, the number of machines, etc., is fluctuating. So we had a number of expressions of interest. There's been a number of venues and machines that have taken up the actual trial. The researchers, interestingly, have reported back to us that the people who've signed up to the trial gives them information, but the people that haven't signed up to the trial also gives them information. So we're getting a really good picture of the environment out there. What are the, what would work going forward? What are the pitfalls? We're finding issues around things such as how technology works. This is really complex. If you can imagine that if it's a app-based system, which is currently what's being trialled, there's a myriad of different phones, there's different software, they all have to be able to talk to the systems. So they're working through all of those issues, and we're still on track for a November reporting from the panel, which will then obviously go to Cabinet for further decision making.
Thank you. And how many venues are currently participating in the trial?
14.
14. That's less than what was originally announced, wasn't it? Wasn't it 27 venues that was in the March media release?
Yes, so as I said, what happened was once people worked out the cost and the technology involved and age of machines and a whole lot of things, it wasn't appropriate. So so some other venues came on board, some others didn't take up the offer. As I said, it's a trial and it's dynamic, and it's currently being observed by the researchers, the venues. We're getting that feedback. I've just been out to Crow's Nest to have a look myself of how the technology works. There's 4 providers, 3 providers that are got different solutions. So we're going to be looking at all of that information before making a determination of what a model might look like going forward.
Ministers, are you concerned at all by the delays in implementing cashless gaming at the start?
Look, we were concerned, but we had to be pretty pragmatic about this. They tried to implement their system and it fell over. It didn't work. So we had to then give them time to meet the requirements. As I said, we want to work with industry to get solutions that actually work, and that meant that we've given them an extension to make sure that it will actually work in the real world.
And Minister, how long is that extension for?
I think we gave 3.
So for the implementation of mandatory carded play across the casino, they've got a short extension until the 19th of October this year. For the implementation of the $1,000 cash limit, it's been extended by 12 months to the 19th of August next year, but we're going to be working with the Star to see if we can bring that forward, obviously.
And do you see the implementation of cashless gaming being a way potentially for the Star to be able to at least address some of the issues that were raised in the Bell inquiry?
Well, it's part of their requirements. So once that's up and running, then that will be something that the NIC will consider in terms of their suitability moving forward.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, do you have concerns around the security and outages that are occurring at the Star?
As I said, there's a lot of technical issues that they're trying to deal with. Are we concerned? Look, we're concerned with everything that's happening at Star, but I don't think it's causing us any major issues.
No, I think as the Minister alluded to earlier, that was part of the reason for this extension that we've given the Star, that the technical capability was not there to implement the mandatory carded and lower cash limit, and that was one of the reasons for one of the outages you're referring to.
And Minister, with respect, when was the last time you spoke to the CEO of the Star?
I was in a meeting with the Treasurer earlier this year, but I haven't been speaking directly to them since then.
Okay, so considering all of the issues that are occurring at the Star at the moment, your last conversation with them was earlier this year. When was that meeing?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, so you haven't had any further conversations with them about it?
No, because I think it's appropriate
the
that their conversations are with the NIC, not with the Minister directly, because ultimately myself as Minister will have to make the final decisions in terms of any recommendations from the regulator.
And has that been advice that's been given to you to not engage with the Star at this stage because of that issue that you're going to have to determine?
No, I think we've discussed here before, and I don't know, Mr. Farlow,
This is my first rodeo with you, Minister Harris, but yeah.
That I'm a very process-driven person, and that I'm very cautious, particularly when it comes to legal obligations. So I prefer to make sure that the department or the statutory bodies are directly communicating, because it's important that there's no sort of insinuation that I might be influenced or something in terms of my decision making.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister, how many times have you met with the Greyhound Racing Board face-to-face since you become Minister?
The whole board. I think there was one occasion where there was an industry forum, but my meetings are mainly with the CEO, I think it's the Chief Operating Officer, and I've met with the Chair and the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. Just getting back to that line of questioning in relation to the greyhound industry, GR New South Wales Board. Minister, without a recruited CEO in place, who will put in place any of the recommendations from the inquiry?
Yeah, so our expectation is, as I said, the board's not restricted, so they can go out and begin the search for a new CEO after the former one resigned. We've placed no restrictions on them in terms of that.
So they could be doing it now if they wanted to. Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding.
I don't think there's anything stopping them commencing a recruitment process.
Okay, thank you. Do you have your own CEO in mind that you would like to install?
No.
No? Okay. You haven't got any favourites?
No. No.
No? All right. That's a straight answer.
Yeah.
Is the board currently fully functioning board, or does it have restrictions placed upon it?
To my knowledge, there's no restrictions currently placed on the board in terms of their decision making. We're going through the show cause process. As I said, we're getting towards the end of that. Obviously there'll be the Drake inquiry, and then we will be talking to them about any changes that are recommended through that inquiry.
So basically what you're saying is the board's fully functioning.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Just getting back to, you mentioned about the $18 million that's sitting there. What was the original amount put aside by the previous government?
It's 32. 30 million.
30 million,
Yep.
Okay, so there's 12 million being spent.
Yeah.
Was there an issue with getting that 18 million out of the door?
Yes, there is. I think from memory, the the 30 million was to be spent over 5 years. That time period ended and there was $18 million still there. We then sat down with the former CEO and had a pretty robust discussion, I think I can characterise it, about the fact that we would have to go back to Treasury and argue for that money to be rolled over because they hadn't spent it.
Did the Treasury try and grab it?
I think Treasury's always interested in finding money
Trying
if
to
it
find
can.
higher logs, yeah.
But thankfully we won the argument, and the $18 million is still available in 3 tranches, so I think it was 6.
So there's 11.9 million this financial year and 6 for 25-26.
Okay, thank you. So what was the difficulty in spending this money? I mean, you met with the CEO, and you have said that you've had clubs talking to you as well. What was the issue?
Basically, the former Minister Anderson had written a letter to the board and told them that they had to put in a business case to access the money, which required endorsement from GWIC. There was some disagreement, if you like, about what the definition of endorsement. And so we basically said that we're a new government. We have an expectation that grants will be given out in a particular way, and I think I shook the grants document in the air and said this is the process now, and that they had to put in a business case for each of the upgrades to GWIC, and if GWIC endorsed it, then we would then allow the money to be released. But given there had been some issues or allegations around some tendering processes, which will be subject to Ms. Drake's inquiry.
Names. No.
It was very prudent for us to ensure that any government money released was being spent appropriately, and we were very robust in putting that position forward.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Griffin, I see you're well away from the microphone there. What's your view of how all this was proceeding? You've been there a long time. You interacted with the board and also with the previous CEO quite a bit and the current CEO. What's your take on all of this?
Yeah, the business cases just haven't come forward, Mr. Borsak. That's the issue, is that we've been waiting for GNSW to come forward with business cases. They just haven't come forward in the proper format, and particularly the format the new government now requires in terms of how they meet the checks and balances required of giving out of taxpayers' funds to these projects. That's simply the case. These things haven't come forward.
So you actually haven't had anything to actively consider, is that what you're saying?
That's right. So there's been no actual business case per se in the format required by the government that's been put forward by the government come forward for us to assess.
So how did it work in the old government? Did they have a process similar to this, or was it different?
There certainly was a process there. There were, before the letter that the Minister's referring to, GWEC had no role to play in terms of overseeing some of the business cases or the requests for funding under the Capital Grants program. That was more towards the end of the former government, and GWEC had a role in oversighting and signing off and endorsing business cases. That was the process that was put in by the former government towards the end of the former government's term. But certainly, as I said earlier, the business cases just haven't come forward over that 5-year period in the speed and in the form that would have been expected.
Right, okay. I had a question, thank you Mr Griffin. I had a question, Minister, in relation to the Star and its participation in the cashless gaming trial. I think maybe that was answered, but where are they up to in relation to that?
So they, as part of the jobs guarantee that the Treasurer entered into with the Star, there was a requirement for them to trial cashless gaming on a number of machines. A number escapes me at the moment within the venue, and my understanding is that they have met that requirement under the jobs guarantee.
Oh, they have met it.
It's my understanding.
Can you tell me how many machines have been involved?
I can take it on notice and come back to you.
Take it on notice. All right. Well, also you've pretty much answered the question already. But where is the process up to in terms of the consideration of the cashless gaming proposals?
Yeah, so as I've said, the panel is due to report to the government in November, not just on cashless gaming, but on a range of issues that will direct our gambling harm minimisation roadmap. That will then be considered by the government, and Cabinet will make a decision on things such as what the actual strategies will be, what is the period that any rollout would occur, how it would be paid for, etc. We haven't just been waiting for that though. There's a whole lot of election commitments that we made which are actually undertaking already. So we've completed the cash input limit on new machines from 5,000 down to 500. We've reduced the gaming machine entitlement cap. We've banned the external gaming related signage. We've banned political donations from clubs with gaming machines. We provide an extra $10 million a year into the Responsible Gambling Fund as part of a larger $100 million harm minimisation package. We've established, obviously, the panel, and we've got the cashless gaming trial underway. It involves 14 venues, but more than 1,800 machines.
Sorry, Minister, that figure has now been updated as quite recently. It's 2,388 machines now.
Okay.
Sorry,
2,388 machines
are involved in
today.
the trial.
Yep. We've also introduced responsible gaming, gambling officers into hotels and clubs with machines over 20 entitlements. And we're working now very hard, the department is, on introducing a statewide exclusion register and looking at third-party exclusion scheme, as well as introducing facial recognition technology. And I think there's a draft code of conduct for using facial recognition. There wasn't one previously, so putting that out there. Once the actual standards, etc., for facial recognition and any legislation involved with that, we've committed to Ms Fairman at a previous hearing that will go out for public consultation.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. I'll come back to this stuff later on.
So the remainder of the time, Mr Lathan, you've got
Thank
the
you,
opportunity
Chair,
probably for one question.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you in particular for following the evidence at the Rose Hill inquiry about some of the problems that have been raised, serious issues concerning Racing New South Wales. Are you familiar with the submission of the former Auditor General Tony Harris and also the evidence of former AJC Chair David Hall that Racing New South Wales is holding too much money in unspent provisions, $600 million, including $300 million in cash that should be going out to the clubs to help with the infrastructure problems?
Yeah, so I am generally aware of those submissions. I've had discussions of a strategic level with Racing New South Wales in terms of the different amounts of money they're holding. They have explained to me in great detail their strategy behind these funds and why they've got them in place and why they're operating. I mean, one particularly was almost, if you like, a rainy day fund, which is going to ensure that whilst wagering is currently down and that the other codes are having to reduce prize money or make cuts, Racing New South Wales can actually continue for 5 years using those funds and keep everything exactly where it is. So I'd say that's quite prudent. They learnt very carefully from the equine influenza and also COVID that you have to make provisions for when things change, and I congratulate them for that. I think they've thought very carefully about these issues, and they're actually able to continue, even though in some of the other states, I think Racing Victoria's got a new CEO and they've had to tighten their belts down there. Racing New South Wales has been able to continue with prize money, etc., because they've made these provisions.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Higginson.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. I just
Morning.
wanted to ask you about the treaty process.
Yes.
And can you update on the treaty commissioners? Have they been appointed, and how has that appointment happened?
Right, so we went, I think I described at the last hearing that we've gone through the process of selecting a panel that made recommendations of suitable candidates. That has occurred. We then had to go through those recommendations and do probity checks. So that, I understand, has just been completed. We had some technical issues in that one of the people were interstate, and to get a New South Wales working with children check, you actually have to be in New South Wales. So that held the process up. Some of these things hit you from left field and you sort of go, oh, didn't know that was a thing. But anyway, apparently you actually have to turn up to a Service New South Wales office. And there is a brief to Cabinet that will go imminently. And then Cabinet will sign off on the 3 commissioners. As well as that, there's been a tender process undertaken to undertake the consultation on prior informed consent, and that tender has now been granted, I'm pretty sure, Mr Hamilton?
It has, yeah, but that work won't start until the commissioners have started.
Yep.
Are you in a position to say who has that tender for the FPIC work?
I know, I'm not sure if you've got the details.
I'd have to, take that.
You want to take that on notice? That's fine. Thank you. Can I ask then, in that regard, has there been any FPIC training that has taken place to date within the department and any other participants within
Mr Hamilton's probably best to think, but I understand there has been some workshops.
I wouldn't say training as such, but our people are aware of the principles around free and prior informed consent, and our work to date in terms of getting ready for treaty, we've certainly been using those principles as a way of, which is why we've gone out to tender to say that the beginning of treaty would have those, or in fact all the way through, would have those principles in place.
And so do you think that those principles have been applied in the selection of the commissioners process, or has that kind of been outside of the principles of FPIC and self-determination? And I realise the difficulty here, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think the terms of reference that were given to the panel, but we did make it clear to them that in New South Wales we operate cabinet government, and that any final decision would be a decision of cabinet. Yeah, so we can't get away from that. That's the way these appointments are made, and obviously that's why we asked for a suitability list, cabinet is responsible in making the final decision.
Can I ask you, Minister, what's your plans in terms of making sure that everything we do from the time we started and the announcement of the commissioners coming soon, what are you doing to safeguard the bipartisanship and the success of the treaty process going forward?
Yeah, so the same as with cultural heritage, we've made sure that we've met with members of Parliament and also other groups and briefed them on where we're up to and what our expectation is. Look, these are difficult issues, and there won't, even within community, there won't be agreement on everything. What our role is to ensure that people have the right to have their say, and that in the end, government comes to a decision about what they will and won't do down the track using all the information. I think in terms of keeping bipartisan support, I'm making it very clear that this is part of closing the gap. It's priority reform number 1, which actually talks about local agreements and decision making.
Just on that, Minister, can I ask you in my last 16 seconds, does it concern you that we learnt in budget estimates this week that the gap has been widened in terms of your government's dreadful criminal laws in terms of bail laws? Does that concern you, that the gap has been widened and that the increase of young people and children held up in custody right now has increased 43% since your government came into power?
So I think the best way to answer that is that every single member of the government is concerned when people have to be sent to prison, or even worse, are placed in remand and have to wait periods to get their day in court. That concerns all of us. The government has 2 responsibilities. One is to ensure the safety of the community, and the other one is to make sure that that we are, in the longer term, meeting our obligations under closing the gap. What generally happens is, and I was involved in my previous career, my specialty was particularly boys' education, and sometimes when you bring in changes, behaviours sometimes get worse before it gets better. And what we've done is not just introduce those bail laws, we've introduced a whole lot of other programs that are more long-term. We're making reform in the child protection system. We're making reforms right across the board, which is part of the longer-term, ensuring that we get that gap closed. Doing one thing won't change that in the short term. But when we're getting phone calls, as I was, from aunts particularly, who were fearing for their lives, then the government had to act. We're talking to, and I think the community should be reasonable, and I know you totally disagree with this, but when you've got young people who have been let out on bail, not once but twice, not 3 times, but continue to go out and undertake this risky behaviour, then what do we as a community do? Do we wait till they kill themselves, wrap themselves around a tree? Do we wait until they kill an elder before we act?
Not play whack-a-mole.
But the main programs we're bringing in place will take longer to take effect. So you can look at the figures now. The figures in the short term, as I think the Attorney General's admitted, will go up. But in the longer term, the strategy should drive them down.
Order.
Well, I have to say, can I just say, Chair, those figures, if they're based on the boss car figures, were actually prior to the bail reforms. Yep.
Order.
Yeah, prior to the bail reforms.
Thank you, Minister.
Because the bail reforms didn't come in until the 22nd.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and good morning. So going back to greyhounds, you ordered an inquiry into the concerning allegations coming out of the Waii rehoming facility. Did you receive that inquiry report back on time?
I did.
Okay. It's pretty shocking reading, wasn't it, Minister?
The GWIC carried out the report. They made some recommendations. We've now referred that to Ms. Drake to take into her investigations.
Did it concern you that there were only a handful, I think maybe as few as 3 staff members willing to talk to GWIC as part of that inquiry?
We certainly were. But I think my memory is that there was about 27 staff. I may be 1 or 2 out there.
Yeah.
That 7 agreed to talk to the investigator, but only 4 did.
And they said they were scared, didn't they, Minister?
They
were scared of repercussions from Greyhound Racing New South Wales for speaking out about what they'd seen.
I'm not sure what their reasons were.
Will you be making that report public?
Well, we've given it to Ms. Drake, and we'll wait for her to have a look at the recommendations that GWIC made, and then respond fully.
Why won't you make that report public, and why were you so reticent to make the Britton report public?
The who? Sorry, which report?
The Alex Britton report, the chief vet.
The Britton report. There was some legal issues around that. Is who owned the report? It's I found in this job I speak to lawyers a lot, and we have to act on advice with these different things.
Yeah.
I think, and we read the report. It's been referred to Ms. Drake. That's why we called the inquiry.
Yeah.
So that there would be an independent review into these things.
The YE report backed up a lot of what the chief vet was saying, particularly in relation to the export program, this Aussie Mates for the States program, and how dangerous this was for greyhounds, didn't it, Minister?
I'm not sure that it did, actually.
Are you concerned about the Aussie Mates for the States program, given the revelations in the Britton report about the dogs dying, particularly that one that was not emotionally fit to fly and had actually gulped so much air into itself that it died in the most horrific way on a 15-hour flight to the US. Does that concern you, Minister?
Oh, look, the death of any animal concerns me, but I think we have to be a little bit realistic that animals are transported by plane all the time, and I would imagine across the board there would be
They've not
adverse
normally
things
had a
happen.
traumatic life in racing beforehand.
Well, we don't know what sort of life they had before,
Okay.
so I can't comment on that.
Are you aware that the audit, the so-called audit that was done by GWEC in relation to that program was paid for, that involved 2 people from GWEC going across to the US, and it was paid for by Greyhound Racing New South Wales, flights and accommodation? Do you think that's appropriate?
I think I'm not right across that. Did you want to talk
I'll
about
come
how
back
that
to
was
Mr.
agreed?
Griffin this afternoon.
I think it was before.
Yeah, do you think it's appropriate that a vet wasn't sent for that audit?
I wasn't involved with it, so I can't comment on how the decision
Does it
making took
concern
place.
you that one of the people who had their flights and accommodation paid for by Greyhound Racing New South Wales to do that audit of whether or not the program was acceptable, then took a job with Greyhound Racing New South Wales just a couple of weeks later?
Ms Drake's doing an inquiry.
I bet she is. So, when we look at that inquiry, it says the purpose is to ensure a viable and sustainable greyhound racing industry in New South Wales with the highest standards of integrity and animal welfare. Isn't that an oxymoron?
No, not at all. There's a lot of activities undertaken in society that have an element of danger to them. It doesn't mean
normally for
you
people
can't
not,
properly
not innocent animals.
regulate them. The government's made a clear policy decision that greyhound racing will continue. My job is to make it as safe as I possibly can and have high levels of integrity.
Is there a
and that's what we're
reason
doing.
why GWEC was left out of the terms of reference, and specifically whether or not GWEC needed different or stronger enforcement powers in order to bring this industry under control? Or is that seen to be something that would damage the viability and sustainability economically of the industry?
No, I think the decision, well, I know the decision was made because in the Chief Vet's report there were allegations relating to GWEC, and so it was inappropriate that that they be part of that inquiry.
Inappropriate for GWEC to be inquiring into itself then?
So the department is undertaking that investigation. And I just want to be clear about this because there's been some statements made that aren't 100% right and may mislead people, is that we use the vacant GWEC Commissioner position to appoint Ms Drake. She is independent. She's had no relationship with GWEC prior to this, but we thought it important that the person doing the investigation had the powers of GWEC.
Be a public official
and that's why we've taken this
and
course.
have a public service.
Thank you,
duty to
Minister.
the
Thank you,
government.
Ms Boyd. Ms Munro.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the Aboriginal procurement policy review was delivered a year ago in September last year. It had 17 recommendations. I'm wondering if the government has responded to those.
Yeah, so that's probably a better question for Minister Hussos. We have been having discussions, and I have spoken to the Minister in regards to Aboriginal procurement. We are also undertaking Aboriginal business roundtables around the state, and we've been feeding back the data we've got from those different gatherings to the process as well. So I understand that they're working through that, and that will be released soon, but I'm not across the actual timeline, but we absolutely have been having discussions with Mr Hussos and her office.
Are you concerned that it's taken so long? I mean, some of these recommendations are, I would have thought, pretty easy to implement, like publicly communicating the procurement results beyond the buy.newsouthwales webpage.
Yeah, so some of these things seem easy, but often there's technical reasons why they take longer. The longer I'm in this job, the more the easy things seem to become hard. That's just the reality. We will do this as quickly as possible. We need to do it right. There's been some other, people have raised other issues with us about some of the recommendations and how they might be improved, whatever. So it's better that what we do, our final product, is the right product, rather than just rushing out something.
I wouldn't have thought 12 months delay is rushing it out. But are you advocating for this to be done quickly? Like you say you're not aware of a timeline, but it's a a fairly important part, I would have thought, of advocating for the stakeholders in your portfolio.
Yeah, and as I said, we've been having discussions, we've been giving feedback. You'd imagine with my load, I spend a lot of time focusing on my issues specifically, but I know that I'm due to have a meeting, I think, is it next week, with Minister Houssos's office? So, yeah, so I'm hoping I'll get an update there.
So, but will you be raising it? Will you be asking for an update?
Well, we raise it all the time.
So, have you asked for a deadline?
No, I haven't asked for a deadline because I know how hard it is with some of these things to roll out. Minister Houssos's office will get it done when they've got it right.
Okay, thank you. Minister, what is the government doing to ensure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children who are experiencing domestic and family violence can access specialist and culturally safe services and support?
Yeah, so Minister Harrison and I just recently travelled to Western New South Wales, to Bree, Walgett and Dubbo, to announce some of those services that will actually support Aboriginal women experiencing domestic and sexual violence. I'm part of the discussions within Cabinet on all of these issues. They're very complex, and Minister Harrison in particular, but also the Attorney General, Police Minister, the Minister for Communities, we're all involved in discussions around these issues, Minister Jackson as well. And the government has been rolling out programs and funding to address these issues.
So is there an intention to fund primary violence prevention initiatives which align with the Changing the Picture and national resource to support the prevention of violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and their children?
I understand that's part of the process.
So is this related to the fact that the government hasn't been able to find support workers that will go out to communities across New South Wales? I mean, we've got potentially hundreds of staff that were supposed to be rolled out and supporting communities like Walgett, and we really haven't heard anything related to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific workers. So where is that up to?
So we were actually out making that announcement
so that is related to that specific funding promise that was made in relation to the federal government funding.
That's my understanding. Yes, there has been difficulties in my discussions with Minister Harrison. There have been difficulties, but they're working on that. So building capacity is obviously a really important part of this whole program, and she's working through those issues.
So are you aware that there have been concerns in regional and remote communities that the requirement to have Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific services might mean that actually there's no one who has that capacity already to deliver those services, and therefore people aren't getting any services?
Yeah, we met with one of those organisations in Dubbo and heard firsthand from the community in Burke. And I'm sure Minister Harrison will be taking their reflections into account in terms of program design in the future.
So do you know when those programs are going to be rolled out? Because that's really the problem, is the immediacy.
Yeah, no.
So what's your sense of how these issues should be managed, given you are the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs?
Yes, and my role is to work with Minister Harrison, to make connections to, as I said, we went out ourselves and spoke to people, give that feedback. We arranged that through our department.
Did you initiate that, or did Minister Harrison?
That was jointly. Yeah, we made the decision that we should go out there on the ground and talk to groups.
The Aboriginal Women's Advisory Network was established in 2022. They're an integral initiative to support the Closing the Gap Target 13. The government, however, has only provided short-term funding, and I'm wondering why hasn't the government provided ongoing recurrent funding for the network, which would indicate a genuine commitment to their cause?
Yeah, you'd have to ask the appropriate minister for that. It doesn't fall within my portfolio.
So you're not aware of the fact that they only got short-term funding?
it doesn't fall within my portfolio.
So now that you know that they've only received short-term funding as the Aboriginal Women's Advisory Network, will you advocate to the Minister that programs like this need to be given solid, committed funding over time?
We're under Closing the Gap. We're looking at all of the different advisory groups, etc., and making sure that they're actually meeting their requirements and what they need to do. I don't have the specifics on that one, but I know generally it's important that we get the right settings with these advisory groups, and that they're actually, from the community, and that they're actually giving us information off the ground.
Thank you.
So, Minister, the segue there to Closing the Gap. The Productivity Commission found that a persistent barrier to progressing the priority reforms is the lack of power sharing that's needed for joint decision making. Addressing this requires more than consultation and partnership. What's your understanding of shared decision making in the context of Closing the Gap?
Yeah, so there's a whole of government approach to this. We obviously, with the Premier and the local government association, signed the new agreement earlier this year, and ministers meet on a fairly regular basis. It'll be twice yearly now with the Aboriginal peaks to talk about these issues. Some of them are quite complex. There's in some of the discussions there on both sides of the table, there needs to be more education about what partnership actually is and what that looks like, because we're making a massive change in the way that government does business and the way that community interacts with government, and that's a difficult process. And we have some pretty robust discussions. I've sort of torn up the rule book a little bit. When we go into those meetings, I encourage people to say what they think, and I say the same. And so we don't dance around each other anymore. We're actually starting to address some of the roadblocks, some of the departments, some of the way that Aboriginal community organisations are doing business, so that we actually do get better outcomes and we actually do get change. We're not just saying that we're doing change, we actually do start to recalibrate that relationship.
So, Minister, in those meetings where you've torn up the rule book, who else is in those meetings with you?
So I meet on a regular basis with Capo. I'm the joint chair. We also have National Closing the Gap Council as well. And my concern, and I think a lot of people's concern, is that at the end of the day, no one will thank us for having lovely looking structures or having beautiful PowerPoints. They will thank us for making a difference on the ground, and that our focus needs to be on actually getting programs in place, supporting services, building capacity, and actually changing what happens, not on administrative systems.
Minister, as you've highlighted in some of the previous answers, many of these responsibilities fall outside of your portfolio. Are you inviting any other ministers to those meetings?
Yes, as I said, ministers, so when we have the joint meetings, I co-chair those meetings, and every minister and the Premier come in to the room with all the secretaries, all the department people, and we have those conversations. When I first came in, everyone had a script, and they read the scripts to each other. I'm encouraging people not to do that anymore. This is your chance. You've got the minister or the secretary of the department in the room. Ask what you want to ask.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, one of the other findings of the Productivity Commission's report on Closing the Gap was that there was no strategy for driving and delivering transitional changes. How have you and your agency fully grasped the scale of change required to your systems, operations, and ways of working to deliver the shift that you've committed to under Closing the Gap?
Do you want to talk about that more broadly?
We're in the process of actually changing the meetings that the Minister talks about, where we have responsible departments and ministers and secretaries there. We've divided that in a way that we can get much more direct related to each of the priority reforms, and have those departments responsible for that co-chairing and leading that work directly with Capo, and then reporting back to both ministerial and at a national level.
Thank you, Mr Hamilton. And Minister, what have you put in place to support real innovation from government agencies and the disruption of business as usual approaches to closing the gap, apart from just tearing the rule book up when it comes to the meetings?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I was just saying, what have you put in place to support real innovation from government agencies and the disruption of business as usual approaches to closing the gap, apart from just tearing up the rule book when it comes to meetings?
So that's what closing the gap is. It's the whole process. It's everything that government does. There are working groups within government across different departments with CAPO representatives working on all of these issues across all of the closing the gap targets. So this is a really active, fluid process that is evolving all of the time, and that's I'm the driver of that to on behalf of the Premier to make sure that continues at the rate that it needs to, and that we are getting that change. As I said, there's difficulties because there's always going to be sticking points or disagreement around what partnership is, and I think that's healthy as long as we can talk about what those differences are.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, you noted in your budget media release that the 24-25 New South Wales budget includes $3.5 million to continue work with the New South Wales Coalition of Peak Organisations in the design of an accountability mechanism and for the continuation of the Data Connectors program. Can a breakdown be provided regarding the allocation of funds to the government accountability mechanism?
Yep, we can take that on notice. Can I just say about that we don't yet have agreement on what that mechanism should look like, and we're still negotiating that, but I'm happy to get a breakdown of how that money might be
and for
spent.
the Data Connectors program as well.
Yeah, the Data Connector one is actually moving forward really well. In fact, New South Wales leads the country in terms of what's happening in that space, and the other states are looking to us for guidance on that.
Thank you. And Clause 33 of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap and the New South Wales Partnership Agreement on Closing the Gap notes that, and I quote, "The parties recognise the substantial work required of New South Wales CAPO organisations to engage in the partnership and acknowledge New South Wales CAPO need to be provided with adequate and ongoing financial support to enable their engagement as equal partners." What funding's been allocated in 24-25 specifically to resource the shared decision-making partnership with the New South Wales CAPO?
Yeah, so we fully funded all of the areas under closing the gap. We're currently in negotiation. So Schedule 1 ran out, I think, at the end of June? End of May. And so the department is currently in negotiations with CAPO or Newswalk on behalf of CAPO to have a look at that funding moving forward. I don't know if you want Mr Draper to talk about where that process is up to.
I can have Mr Draper now. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, so in the agreement that was signed in 2022, there was $33 million allocated there under the overall $221 million funding package at that time. About just over $9 million of that was for what's called Schedule 1, which is supporting, in effect, just the operations of Newswalk and CAPO to participate in that program. It ran out a couple of months ago. That money was allocated up until the end of June. The last payment was scheduled to be paid in May. So that's been fully paid, fully spent, as I understand it, by CAPO. So but the agreement that was entered into at that time also required that there are a number of reports, evaluation reports, and final reports that are required to be produced. We need to get that documentation in order to consider what the next stage of funding will be. We're working with the CAPO partners and Newswalk to complete that process.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Minister, in the budget, last year you had your $5 million for treaty, which was specifically called out in the Premier's department. This year there aren't any specific measures listed in the budget that relate to your portfolio under Premier's department. So could you please explain what kind of initiatives are new or material, as the budget calls it, in your portfolio?
Yeah, we might take that on notice and give you a full list. There's a whole lot of initiatives, such as our business roundtables, that are undertaken by the department. I would happy to give you a fulsome list of the different projects.
Thank you. And could you also please provide the funding allocated to each program?
assume that's possible.
Each program under Closing the Gap?
No, under
That the minister's just referred to.
like the business roundtables and all those strategies.
Oh, yep.
Thank you. Thanks.
And Minister, the Aboriginal Affairs team is made up of 4 directorates, each led by a director, as I understand it. Who are those directors?
Talk about them because there's just been a new appointment, hasn't there?
Executive directors?
Yes.
Yep.
Jennifer Ma Young, Trish Oxford, and Lisa Madden.
Okay. And what's the role of Trish Oxford, the Director of Truth and Healing? Is that correct?
Yeah, at the moment she's. We've had a vacancy. She's covering the Closing the Gap program.
Okay. So she's covering Closing the Gap as well as Truth and Healing? Or?
No. Lisa Madden's covering her role there.
Okay. Thank you.
Just briefly going back to racing, Minister, have you met with former Premier Maurice Yemmer in relation to greyhound racing New South Wales?
No.
Never?
No.
And you've never spoken to him, perhaps more informally, at an event, for example, about racing in New South Wales?
Not that I can recall. Last time I saw Morris, I was walking down Clarence Street and I bumped into him and said, "Look, you're looking really well," because he'd been unwell.
Did anyone get a photo of that? Just curious.
I wasn't formally dressed.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. In terms of the resignation of Mr. Macaulay, have you met with the new CEO?
I haven't formally. I believe there's a meeting with my staff that is scheduled. We took the view that I shouldn't meet, and this was internal. We didn't get advice. This was my decision until I'd resolved the matter with the board of Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
Okay, so what's the difference between him meeting with your staff as opposed to you? I mean,
Well, his role is to talk about operational issues with Greyhound Racing New South Wales, and as I said, our expectation is they continue to operate, and so it's appropriate that that they raise and talk to issues that concern government, and obviously pass those on or give advice or deal with it.
So you'll have enough distance from him via a briefing from your staff?
Yes.
And Minister, with respect to treaty, are you still committed to a consultation process commencing next year?
Yep, I think we said that we're working through the process. The commissioners will be appointed, and then that process will begin. One of the roles of the commissioners will be actually to design the process.
And is the government still committed to not proceeding with the treaty before an election?
I think what we've said is that our commitment was to have a consultation on what a treaty process might look like. I don't think we've ever said we were going to commit to a treaty. In fact, my personal view is there won't be a treaty. It'll be lots of different agreements. Modern treaty making is very different from the 1800s, where they all sat down with a quill pen and signed off on an agreement. We would expect that treaty making in New South Wales is fluid, is changeable, and is reactive to changes in the community. I think that's what the community would expect as well. But you have to have an agreed process for those negotiations to take place. We're focused on developing that process, and then different groups can come with their things. And in saying that, across New South Wales at the moment, I've counted more than 50 different types of negotiations that already occur, but they all have different rules. Our aim is to codify the rules so that everyone's equal at the table, and those discussions can be part of that. So that's what the aim of setting this up was. We may get different feedback through the treaty consultation, and it would be pretty poor of us to preempt what community mob might say before they've had a chance to say it. So, but that's the premise. We've set it all up to have that discussion. That's what we've committed to. We'll be having that discussion, and then anything else coming from that will be a decision of government in the future.
Thank you, Minister. Questions or comments from the government?
I just have one, Minister. I was wondering if there are any matters that you'd like to provide any additional information on.
Thank you, I would. Strangely enough. I just want to clarify 2 points. Earlier I said that I make the decision regarding staff. For clarity, suitability is a matter and decision for the NIC. The decision may require further considerations and/or decisions by myself and the government. So I don't decide whether they get their licence or not. That's the job of the NIC. Once they make their decision, then what happens then becomes a decision for government. And regarding TAB and the racing distribution agreement, I just want to be clear, the state is not a party to the racing distribution agreement, and we are not preempting any discussions that might be had between the parties. That's a commercial agreement between them, and the government does not have a role in that.
Thank you, Minister, for providing that clarity, and thank you for the question. Very valuable, Mr.
Thanks for the
Primrose.
opportunity.
So in the absence of any further questions from the government, we will now have a short recess and reconvene at 11:15 a.m. Thank you. Excellent. Well, welcome back, everyone. It's 11:15, so we will reconvene the hearing and recommence. Before we do, Mr. Barakat, you have an answer or some clarification or both?
I do, Chair. Thank you. Mr. Borzak, you asked about the number of machines in the STARS cashless trial, so I can confirm that under the Jobs Guarantee, they had a requirement to have 51 machines and 8 table games, and they've met that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You have more questions?
I have, but I think we'll go to Mr. Latham.
Okay, we'll now go to crossbench questions with 10 minutes from Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just to take you back to those criticisms of the Racing New South Wales accounts from the former Auditor-General, Tony Harris, and other witnesses at the Rosehill inquiry, and this is widespread in the industry. I mean, the one thing that I think would clear up issues about Racing New South Wales is the Auditor-General to do an independent review of the finances. There's the question of the horse welfare account, the hollow logs there, could they be spent instead of selling Rosehill, the funding model, the money going out to country clubs. Why can't we have the Auditor-General have a look at the finances and give people an information flow that would settle the industry down and be quite productive?
Yeah, so Racing New South Wales has to have their books audited under, I think it's the Companies Act, but so they do that. The issue, and this happened when the amendment was moved previously, is that Racing New South Wales operates in a very competitive environment. It has to make commercial decisions. Some of those decisions that they would make are based on the best information, but they're not necessarily sure of what the outcome might be. And I think, unlike a government department, which they're absolutely not, the Auditor-General saying how they should or should not be spending funds would actually constrain their ability to be able to operate in that competitive world. I know that when they first put forward the Everest, there was a lot of people a little bit dubious about its success or otherwise. Now, an Auditor-General, and not wanting to put words in the Auditor-General's mouth, might look at that and go, oh, well, that's too big a risk. You shouldn't do that. Whereas it's actually turned out to be amazing in terms of crowds, in wagering, and an event for New South Wales. So I just think they're two different beasts. They're not a government department. They're actually a competitive company in a very competitive industry.
Well, I don't think we can second guess what the Auditor-General would say, but they do have new powers approved by your government and party for follow the dollar, and the Auditor-General has said that he might follow the dollar in the grants to Racing New South Wales. Now, in the document you tabled earlier on, there are 19 projects, and this is Region's money 3 years standing. Only one of them is completed. Now, isn't this ideal for the Auditor-General to have a look at the seeming inefficiency of having money desperately needed in regional and provincial and country tracks, and 19 projects to be funded, but in 3 years only one of them completed? Isn't this just the sort of thing the Auditor-General should look at?
Yeah, so I think you're correctly stated that the Auditor-General can have a look at government grant programs, and that's appropriate. And if they decide to do that, then that's a decision for them. But to open, in theory, open the books of Racing New South Wales and have all of their decision making looked at, I mean, that's the job of the board, and they operate under the legislation.
Well, we'll come to the board. You've mentioned them. What was your reaction to the evidence of Director Gary Charney about the extraordinary number of big policy decisions where the board is not doing its job in terms of governance? The 17 November meeting with the Cabinet Office, where the Chair and the CEO, without a board decision or approval, said that Racing New South Wales supports the sale of Rosehill, the most important owned asset for racing in New South Wales. The proceeds should go to all the industry. They weren't keen on Warwick Farm. There should be a training centre at Horsley Park. They wanted improvements to ATC governance for you to legislate them. These are things that the board gave no approval to, and yet they're said to the government as official policy. The legal case with Tabcorp, the ridiculous case with Victoria, and warning off decisions don't go to the board. And more recently, submissions to the Rosehill inquiry themselves weren't board approved. Isn't this evidence that the board is failing in its governance and is some sort of weak rubber stamp to the CEO?
I wouldn't characterise it that way. What I can do is take that whole question on notice. I know that there are delegations to the CEO. There have been decisions of the board, may have been previous boards, etc., but the CEO has those delegations, and it's a matter for the board whether they want to bring back in-house those delegations or continue to let the CEO make decisions in some areas. I don't know the specifics for all of those cases, so I can't comment. But certainly, in principle, the board is responsible for operating Racing New South Wales, and my job is just to make sure that they are adhering to the legislation. And then when things are raised with me or raised with the department, then we do make those inquiries.
Well, under the legislation, shouldn't big policy decisions affecting the racing industry be made by the board?
Well, as I said, I'm not sure what the delegations are, and I don't know specifically.
Well, delegations aside, in principle, shouldn't the board govern Racing New South Wales as it's required to under the statute?
Yeah, given that I haven't been part of any deliberations of the board, I don't know. I have no understanding of how those delegations were arrived at, and I think it would be unfair to me to comment.
Well, will you take it up with Racing New South Wales? I mean, there's 7 or 8 massive decisions there that should have been board decisions, clearly.
Yeah, we have a whole range of discussions all the time, and we're happy to raise that with them. I have spoken previously about delegations, and I was happy with the response that I got in terms of those delegations. But as I said, I don't know specifically every case is there and how those delegations apply.
Right. Just coming back to the funding of these provincial and country tracks, you've listed here in your second item table, Goulburn new stabling and training facilities, $9.5 million. Do you support the way in which these funds are allocated instead of allocating for the right reason to support the club? Racing New South Wales said you'll only get that money if you hand over your freehold title.
Yeah, so the discussion I've had with Racing New South Wales is that they have a duty to make sure that the assets for racing are maintained for racing. What they do is they have loans that are, that won't be called in unless the club tries to sell that land for other purposes. They believe they have a responsibility to make sure that racetracks are for racing, and that's been their policy for a very long time. In fact, I think, and I'll take this on notice, but they did tell me that they actually took it from another racing code and adopted them themselves.
Well, they might have, but the clubs themselves see it as extortion. I think that's not too strong a word, in that you only get your $9.5 million if you hand over freehold title, and other funding is conditional on Racing New South Wales appointing 3 directors to the club.
Yeah.
You know, the common criticism is there's a control freak element here that's unfair and corrosive to the industry.
Yeah, well, there's 2 ways of looking at all of these things. If you're one of the clubs, you might see it that way, but from a racing perspective. So it was explained to me that land only becomes valuable if you're selling it for non-racing purposes. And therefore, I think Maruya was the example that was given to me. There was an attempt to sell the track there, and so Racing New South Wales bought the track to make sure that racing remained in Maruya.
Well, how are they going at Rose Hill with that?
I can't comment specifically on that.
No? You can comment on Maruya. It's bad anyone suggested sell Maruya. They're selling the biggest industry-owned asset at Rose Hill. Apparently that's fine for the absurdity of the brick pit. So I just put it to you, it doesn't stack up if that's the attitude of Racing New South Wales. But if I can take you to other control freak problems, I'll show you this letter away from the hearing if I can. But last year, Racing New South Wales wrote to a country and picnic racing club for the heinous crime that the officials there published some criticism of the fact that the chief regional steward had called off the race meeting, the controversy about how wet it was, how safe the track was, and in the August Journal of the New South Wales Country and Picnic Racing website, as a consequence of people speaking their mind and sticking up for their track and their patrons and their owners and their trainers, the letter finishes up, I will be taking account of these comments and determining whether to recommend your club's registration to be accepted for 2024. How can we operate this way in a free society, a democracy, that you make any mild criticism in the country and picnic racing website and you threaten to be deregistered for next year?
Yeah, so I'm aware of that particular case because the member for Barwon made representations to me. I made representations to Racing New South Wales. They went back and put forward an agreement to how they would deal with those sorts of things again. And so it's up to Racing New South Wales to think whether that's that criticism
is that agreement
is
public?
fair or otherwise. My understanding is, and the situation was that the steward was going out 3 days in advance and then closing the track because it wasn't up to standard for safety reasons, and the club thought that if they'd had the day before they went out there, that if they'd gone a few days earlier, they would have been able to correct whatever the issue was. That was just down to the fact that the steward was having to travel a particular distance. I raised that with Racing New South Wales. They and said to them, look, that seems unfair. And so my understanding is there was an agreement put forward that how they can treat those things moving forward.
People making public comment?
No, in terms of whether a track's closed or not.
No, but the issue is
that
that they've been threatened with deregistration because they made public comment.
Yeah.
Or Racing New South Wales disagree, and this happens across the industry.
I can't comment on
trivial
what
things.
standard they use in terms of criticism, but all I know is that the issue was raised with me, I passed it on, and as far as I'm aware, it was dealt with.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Minister, earlier I asked you about a dog that had boiled to death on the tarmac, and you told me that you weren't aware of this incident. Since then, I've been sent a range of emails that were sent to you by the then CEO, Rob McCauley. He sent these to you and your staff on Wednesday, the 19th of June, informing you of the death of not one dog but two dogs as part of the Aussie Mates in the States program. Why did you tell us that the only information you have is about the death of Carey and Barcia Jazz when you have actually been informed of the death of Albie and Katana as well?
Right, so I had a discussion about that during the break. What happened was that we raised our serious concerns about communication, which I had alluded to earlier. Apparently, after that time, the former CEO decided to send a mass of emails on everything. Now you can judge whether they were taking our concerns seriously or not. And apparently it was contained in that. I wasn't made aware of that. And I've since had clarified that it may have been one of the
Minister,
incidents that was in that
these are
email.
really extreme cases of deaths, and you've been continuing to report that there's only been 2 deaths. Clearly, a dog being left on the tarmac for 6 hours. Why didn't your staff go through those emails, even if there was a backlog? Why wasn't this gone through, and then why weren't you informed of some of these really extreme cases of dogs dying as part of this US
it's
rehoming
necessary.
program?
Apparently that happened months ago.
Well, it doesn't matter when it happened. You've
Yeah,
been
but-
reporting, and you reported to us a moment ago that you're only aware of 2 deaths.
GWIC and Greyhound Racing New South Wales are ultimately responsible for those things. I wasn't told
But
at the
you sign
time.
off on these industries being able to continue
Which is
to
why
run
we're
their
having the
licence.
inquiry. I've explained we are taking action. We're not happy with the communication. We're not happy with the way the information is being related. So we're having an inquiry to improve the processes. I can't go back and change what happened before, other than to say we had raised it with them
Minister?
that we weren't getting the information that we needed.
On the day before that you received these emails, on the 19th of June, you met with Adam Castleton. Did he raise at that meeting that there had been more deaths in this
No.
program? So he just failed to mention that.
Well, I don't know if he failed to mention it. It wasn't mentioned.
Was it mentioned that Qantas has suspended their involvement in this program?
I can't recall whether we spoke of that, that was the cause. We did, I think, from memory, discuss that Qantas had stopped travel in the meantime.
And he didn't give you an explanation as to why?
No.
Did you ask for one?
Well, we assumed that it was because of the issues that were raised by the Chief Vet.
Okay. Minister, back in March I asked you about the death of Kerry the greyhound as part of the program and what led to her death. The information that you provided to the House was that she died during free play. Now, this conflicts with what is stated around the cause of Kerry's death in the Alex Britton report, and it also conflicts with an email that I've received from Hanrob that says that Kerry did not die during free play. It appears then that you have misled the House by information that you have received from Greyhound Racing New South Wales. Have you looked into this, and do you believe that Greyhound Racing New South Wales provided you with misleading information?
I have been advised by the CEO at Hanrob that in September, Kerry injured her neck in a yard after colliding with a fence during a comfort stop at its mascot facility, and was immediately transported to a vet for treatment who recommended
sorry to stop
euthanasia.
you. I've only got a few seconds left. I do understand how Kerry died. My question, though, specifically, the information you provided to the House on my question was that Kerry died during free play. Now, that was a red flag to me because dogs don't accidentally kill themselves while playing. However, that was the information that you provided to the House. Now, the information from Hanrob said that the dog did not die during free play. It was during a pit stop, and that is also what was stated in the Alex Britton report. Have you provided false information to the House around the cause of death of Kerry the greyhound?
No, at the time, that's what I was advised.
But that is clearly not correct.
Allow the Minister to answer, Ms. Hurst.
Yeah, and so basically comfort stops are designed to provide dogs with individual, secure outdoor spaces for light exercise, hydration and relaxation before and after travel. So it may be a definitional issue about whether that's free play or not, but this is why we're having the inquiry. My concern was that I wasn't getting the quality of information, and I said that to everyone, and so we're having an inquiry. And so let's let Commissioner Drake look into the issues, explore all of the allegations and all of the different factors, and wait to see her report. If I had sat back and done nothing and just accepted that the information that I was getting was poor and, shrugged my shoulders, then criticise away. But I have not done that. I have not done that.
Thank you, Minister. We've got 5 minutes of questions now from the Greens and Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. So just on this, because to all the world it looks like there was some very inconvenient allegations made and the media were finally paying attention again to the dangers of greyhound racing, and this inquiry just sweeps things under the carpet.
Well,
do you take responsibility for the terms of reference of that inquiry?
Yes, I was involved in approving the terms of reference. They were put together by the department.
Then why did you preclude, by putting the sole purpose being to keep a sustainable, whatever it was, viable industry, why did you preclude an inquiry that would come back saying this industry is incapable of reform?
Because the government had made a decision that greyhound racing would continue in New South Wales.
Exactly. And that's where your responsibility comes in, Minister, because you're
to
sitting there.
To make it as safe as I possibly can.
You are sitting there as the Minister responsible for all of these greyhounds dying.
No.
Now,
that's
this
outrageous.
Well,
seriously.
No, it's not.
Seriously,
Okay.
if I was doing nothing at all, then I would accept that. But we're doing a whole range of things. We're not accepting the status quo. We're working to improve things. So that's what we're doing. That's the truth.
Actually changing the
that's
regulation.
the truth. You can misrepresent that any way you like. But
wish
this
I
is an
was
industry that's
misrepresenting
not illegal in New South Wales.
No.
And my job is to make it as safe as possible.
But your job could be your
Order.
job could be to reform
I know
the industry.
your agenda is to shut it down. Our agenda is to make it as safe as possible.
I
Our
see
agenda
that.
is to keep it going.
So
Order,
on that
Mr.
basis,
Order.
then,
And growing.
on that basis, given these horrible circumstances in which these dogs have died, given all of the allegations around the inappropriate going on doing audits that aren't audits and all the rest of it, will you put a pause on the Aussie Mates for the States program until that review
My
comes back?
understanding is it's paused. It's not, hasn't started up again, has it? That's recommenced. Okay.
Because of Qantas. Yeah, because of Qantas is the nod,
It's
not
been-
because of you, Minister.
Just recent. But look,
Oh, it's recommenced?
Yes, it's recommenced.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
there.
So why hasn't it been stopped, Minister?
Well, the transport of animals is the responsibility of the carrier.
No,
and the company that's employed, which is hand robbed to do it. So
But this
as
is
long as they're
within your
meeting
power.
safety standards, are you saying we should stop transport of all animals on
No,
aircraft?
I'm talking about the
Actually, that's what
transport
they'd
of
say, yeah.
greyhounds, traumatised
Exactly what they'd
greyhounds
say.
Well,
that
I
have
don't-
been
I'm
found
not a-
by
I'm not a
vets
greyhound
not to be
psychologist.
fit to fly.
Order. Point of order's been taken. Mr. Primrose on a point
Only
of order.
the appropriate questions, the minister should be allowed to answer them, that's all, without... I can't hear either side. So I would
Yes.
simply urge that minister be allowed to answer the question.
Is that to the point of order? No. Yeah, I uphold the point of order. Let's keep. It's been operating well this morning. Let's keep some decorum and civility and a robust to and fro. But let's not talk over the top of each other.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so there are standards for the transport of animals
Yes.
on aircraft.
Yes.
And as long as that's adhered to, then that's the rules. That's what happens.
There seems to be a misunderstanding, Minister. I think when I first came to see you about greyhounds last year, there was a lot of talk about why should greyhounds be treated differently to different dogs. And I think I was at pains to explain to you then that these are different animals because of the experiences they have had in an industry that has used them for profit, and that puts them at a higher risk. So when we're talking about greyhounds being transported overseas, there are different factors at play, aren't there? I hope that you understand that now. What will you do if you say that you are here to try and keep this a safe industry? What will you do to stop these greyhounds dying by being sent overseas?
So we are having an inquiry and we will react to the recommendations
But
of the
right
inquiry.
now, right now. So
Well,
if another dog dies
if they're
tomorrow,
if they're adhering to the current standards,
no responsibility.
That's the current standards. Now, if we need
The
to change
standards
those standards,
that you
will
could
be
put in
the
place.
recommendation that we get.
Right, but in the
So
meantime,
you want me to go out before the inquiry
on
and
the
make
basis
a whole lot
of
of
this?
changes?
Of course I do.
Well, we're not doing that. We've called an inquiry to
Right.
get recommendations, and
we
we will
lock
follow the
kids up at
recommendations.
the drop of a hat. We do all sorts of reforms at the drop of a hat if we get told to by Ray Hadley. But when it comes to dogs dying, we just find it's all right because we want this industry to continue. Full
We
stop.
follow process. Now, my understanding is these dogs undergo retraining before they're transported.
Yeah, well,
so
that's not what the YE report said, did it?
Your accusation that they're not ready for travel, they're not
Did you
approved
read
for
the YE
travel
report?
until they're
Did you
ticked
read
off.
the YE
Order,
report?
Miss Boyd.
but the
Miss
way
Boyd.
there's
Mr. Donnelly on a point of order.
The member can't help herself. She keeps talking over the
to the point of order.
Haven't finished yet. Haven't finished yet.
The honourable member has not concluded making his point of order, Mr. Donnelly.
It's the follow-up to the point of order taken by my honourable colleague. The talking over of the minister providing an answer is completely out of order. We know how this goes, and I think there should be more respect given to the minister to be able to answer the question. Might not like the answer, but to enable the minister to answer the question.
Just to the point of order, I'm quite happy for that point of order to be raised in a respectful manner. That was raised in a very offensive manner, and I would ask the member to reflect on that, but I don't object to the point of order.
All right, well,
Point of order. There's no offence at all in my point of order.
I think there was, to be fair, Mr. Donnelly, there was a reflection on the honourable member. You did say she cannot help herself, so I think we should desist from reflections on each other or anyone in this hearing and generally. So, but I do have sympathy with the point of order, which was that it was very difficult with the to and fro in that line of questioning. So let's, as the resolution of the House requires, let's treat each other with civility at all times. It's now time for questions from the Honourable Scott Farlow.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, why has it taken over a year for the government to announce expressions of interest for the new ambulance stations in Berkeley Vale and Kincumber, which were initially announced by the former Labor government in 2022?
Yes, I understand there were issues finding land, and now that land has been located, now the process can continue.
And Minister, can you outline why Lisero, which was announced as a site for the new ambulance station in 2022 under the former Liberal government, was not included in the recent list of sites for expressions of interest?
I can take that on notice. I'm not sure of the specifics for that particular one, but it may be related to that issue of not having land identified.
So to this point, you haven't sought any explanation at all as to why Lisero was left off that list?
No, I know with these things that there's a process that's followed through, that they have to identify land. When they identify land, then they can go out for tender to build once those funds have been approved in the budget. This was an election commitment from the government, so we've got 4 years to deliver on those commitments, and we are 18 months in yet, about that amount in, and we've delivered a whole range of things already, and we continually work every day to deliver on our election commitments.
So, Minister, will you commit today that Lisero will be getting a new ambulance station?
It's not my portfolio area.
Okay, so no commitment for the people of Lisero?
I can't make a commitment on behalf of the Minister for Health.
Okay, so Minister, what will you be doing now as a result of this being raised with you to seek to ensure that Lisero gets a new ambulance station?
Well, I can find out where it's up to and what the issues are. We've gone back to a regional model, so we now have a team that focuses on Central Coast issues, which is good, and I will correspond with them and get them to look into where things are up to.
Thank you.
Ms Munro.
Thank you. Minister, could you please confirm how many of the 100 new public preschools announced by the government are allocated to the Central Coast?
2, I think.
Just 2?
Well, there's 2.
Okay. What are the dollar figures for these new public preschools, and what are the projected timeframes for delivery?
So my understanding is that there's been a total budget allocation to these preschools. It would be impossible to give an actual dollar figure for the 2 on the Central Coast until the design and tendering takes place.
So what is the timeline for the design and tendering?
I understand there was an announcement just recently, but I'll take that on notice and find out exactly where it's up to.
Thank you. And when you are able to, will you make those figures public, those funding figures?
If it's appropriate from the department.
You don't think the people of Central Coast deserve to know?
Well, not that. It's when you're going out to tender, sometimes you can't actually tell people the price before you start because it actually undermines the tender process. But unless you've been involved in a tender, you might not know that.
No, I think that's perfectly fair. But obviously that tender process concludes and there is an amount of funding that is allocated.
Correct.
So it
Which
seems
I said
reasonable.
Hasn't happened yet. So
That's
I'm
right.
sure
but I'm
we'll
asking
be there
about what
making
happens in the future.
Putting out a press release and making an announcement when, like I did with Wyong TAFE and Tuggerah Railway Station, all those things.
And that will include the funding.
We'll be doing that for sure.
And that'll include the funding amount.
Well, usually it does.
Why has the Central Coast only been allocated 2 public preschools compared to Illawarra Shoalhaven, which has been allocated 10?
So my understanding of the process, there was an independent panel that was set up to look at need across the whole of New South Wales. They made that decision. It was not like the previous government did, where the government chose the spots. It was actually done through an independent process.
Were you? Well, it sounds like the people of the Central Coast are
Coast
missing
miss
out.
out.
Yeah, because
No,
of that
because
process.
when you do something based on need, it takes into account all of the offerings that are already on the Central Coast, and that may or may not. I wasn't part of the panel because they were independent. The Illawarra may have less facilities than the Central Coast already has.
So if you were involved in the process, do you think there would have been more
Well, it's inappropriate,
allocated?
and that's why we've changed the process, because the pork barrelling that went on before.
But what's the point of being a minister for the
public-
Central Coast if you're advocating?
The public rejected, and that's why we're in government now. So
Well, you're in minority
we've
government.
We've changed the process. We've changed the process to try and make grants fair for everyone in New South Wales.
So, Minister, what is the point of being the Minister for Central Coast if you can't advocate for projects in the area?
Well, it doesn't stop you from advocating.
Well, it's obviously not working.
Well, it is, because we got 2. We've got a whole lot of other funding. You have to look at the total allocation. The fact that we've got a lot of projects underway. We've got 2 massive road projects that have finally been funded.
You would have thought that more people coming into the area. The population is expected to grow by
and
64,000.
there's 4 new
So-
preschools opening in my suburb at the moment.
Gee, that's pretty good.
Order.
Well, we've
Order.
got 10
In
in
the
the
new
Illawarra.
area. I live in
We've
the
got-
new area.
We've got 10 in the Illawarra Shoalhaven, so I'm not
it's
sure
based on
how that's
need.
going to add up.
Need
So-
means need.
Could you please advise, Minister, what their
They're
expected
whiteboards.
capacity will be?
Well, I don't know. The tender hasn't happened and the design work hasn't happened as far as I'm aware.
So the preschools have been allocated according to need, but you're not aware of what that need actually is.
No, it's A, it's not my portfolio, and B, that will be determined based on need.
Well, could you please undertake to take on notice the expected
Well, maybe you
capacity
should ask
of those
the
preschools?
Minister for early childhood.
Certainly,
So, Minister, when you
certainly
got the list
will.
and you saw that the Central Coast got 2
yeah.
and Illawarra got 10,
My
you didn't-
electric got one of those too.
Congratulations. You didn't go, well, hang on a second, can I have a look at the parameters to see why there's this disparity? You just took it that there's an independent process and that's enough, or?
You guys must be kidding. I remember with the bushfire funding, where we were one of the most affected places in New South Wales, and the only project we got out of that was a company at St Ives, and I've got the emails from the then Minister for the Central Coast that said, "Oh, don't talk to the ABC, we don't like them because they're asking hard questions." Like, seriously, we've got independent processes now. We want to do things fairly. Of course, we're out every day advocating for the Central Coast, but we accept that taxpayers assume that when you allocate taxpayers' money, it goes to the places that need it.
And so you were just happy with the assumptions that you didn't seek to interrogate them yourselves at all?
Because it was an independent process. What am I going to say? Oh, I disagree with you.
We've been speaking a lot about independent processes today in a range of your portfolio areas that definitely require oversight and ministerial responsibility. So I think the questions are pretty fair.
So, Minister,
Well, let's desist from commentary and...
Minister, one thing that isn't an independent process, in your last budget, $2.5 billion was to be invested into TAFE. Can you confirm the exact amount that's been allocated specifically for the Gosford TAFE in this year's budget?
Right, so where that's up to is, unsurprisingly, you guys signed a memorandum of understanding but allocated no money.
So how much have you allocated?
So we're going through a budget process now to put forward the project. It's actually undergoing analysis to make sure that it's value for money. And when that process is put forward and Treasury makes the decision, then there will be an announcement about that amount.
So at this stage, no money has been allocated?
There's currently $5 million allocated and the building's underway at Wyong TAFE, for example.
Again, in your electorate. But
Yeah.
Minister, when it comes to Gosford,
Made
the member
independent
for
of me.
Gosford, Liesl Tesch's electorate, there's $0 in the budget? Can I
No, what
confirm
we've
that?
done is we've extended the EII with, or the memorandum with council to give further time to make sure that that the project stacks up. Because when we got into government, it not very much had done other than it had a memorandum of understanding. There was no money allocated in TAFE, and so given all the problems we had trying to fix the budget, the biggest debt ever handed to an incoming government, all these projects that were unfunded, we're working through those to make sure now that as a responsible government, we do that right.
So why haven't you prioritised Gosford TAFE?
Well, that's a silly question. Of course we're prioritising it and
Well,
we're
it's got
going through the
$0.
process.
It's not being
We're going
prioritised
through
if
the
it's got
process.
$0.
You cannot, you know how, you were a minister, you know how...
I wasn't actually, but
Oh, well.
thanks for the
Maybe should
promotion
have
in hindsight.
been. Yeah, given...
Withdraw.
Won't comment on that. The process is that a business case is developed. The business case is then goes through the gateway process, and then it goes to ERC, and then ERC allocates the money. It's going through that process. It's been prioritised as one of the main projects for the Central Coast, but that process hasn't finished. Given that, they had to go back and have a look at what were the relative values of the current TAFE site and what is actually possible on the old Gosford Council building. So that's what you call due diligence, and we're doing that so that we don't allocate money and find out you can't do it.
Well, nothing much is happening at the moment, is it, Minister? So, Minister, have you...
well, behind the scenes there is.
Well, how many meetings have you had with the Minister for Skills then about this project?
I sit next to the Minister for Skills in the House, and we talk about it often.
Yes.
We've also met with his department. It's also been on the agenda of multiple regional meetings, and the member for Gosford and myself have also spoken to the Premier about it.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, are there any other projects that were prioritised instead of this vital project for the people of Gosford? Higher on the priority list?
In TAFE?
Yeah.
So TAFE has done a whole review of their operations statewide. We're currently in the throes of working out who will be responsible for the Ourimbah campus, which is a partnership between the University of Newcastle and TAFE. I think community colleges there as well. They're working through how that will look going forward, and part of that is feeding back information into how TAFE will operate on the Central Coast. We are progressing capital works, as I said, at the Wyong campus, animal behaviour studies, actually, and we were out there the other day with the Premier and met the first student there who's studying to be a veterinary nurse. And we're doing that in the context of that whole statewide review, which I think is sensible and the right way to do it, to make sure going forward we can actually offer the right courses to young people on the Central Coast.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister, you were previously the president of Soldiers Beach Surf Lifesaving Club.
I am.
How important are surf lifesaving clubs to water safety on the Central Coast?
Sorry?
How important are these clubs to safety on the Central Coast?
Well, if you've ever been to one of the beach, Soldiers is particularly a beach that can be quite dangerous.
Mm. Would you agree that surf lifesaving clubs require sufficient up-to-date facilities to meet growing operational demand on the Central Coast?
Yes, and they do that through a variety of ways, including grants, funding from council. They do it through philanthropic grants as well.
Mm. And obviously you're supportive of the surf lifesaving community. Are you aware of the complexities facing Copacabana Surf Lifesaving Club with their Surf Club Facility Fund grant?
Is that because it's on, there's Crown land or there's council owns the building?
Well, it sounds like there are many complexities, so
Okay.
I'm asking if you're aware of
no
them.
one has written to me or made me aware of that particular issue.
Okay, so at this point, you haven't done anything to ensure that funding is not withdrawn for the club?
Well, I don't know about it, so...
Okay.
Look, I really get upset when you try to characterise an answer as not doing something when you don't actually know about it.
Well, we're asking to see whether something is being done. That's the point of budget estimates. So given there is a problem with the club and their funding, will you commit to actually
happy to look
engaging
into
with
it,
their...
but it's never been raised with me.
So they've never come to
I
your
don't know
office? They've never come to your office and asked for assistance?
No.
Basically, they're worried that their funding is going to be withdrawn.
Do you know the reason?
Complexities that they're facing.
Well, that's a bit general.
Minister,
it's very hard to give an answer.
It is about making sure that the club president can come and meet with you.
Well, everyone can come and meet with me if they request a meeting.
Excellent. And will you commit to supporting the club's variation request and raising the issue with Minister Camper?
If that's necessary. So it does sound like it's a Crown Lands grant. That's what I asked at the start. So I'm more than happy to talk to Minister Camper's office and find out what the issue may or may not be. Of course, if funding's been granted, we want to be able to build what they need to build.
And will you ensure that your role as the Minister for Central Coast is not superseded by another minister who has other competing demands, and that you're advocating for the Surf Lifesaving Club that is under your purview?
So my role is to advocate on behalf of the Central Coast, but decision making is up to individual ministers. And I won't quote his name, but a former minister in your government rang me on the day that I was appointed as the regional minister and said, be very careful that you don't cross boundaries and make commitments outside of your actual portfolio He said, because you will come unstuck very quickly. So yes, advocate. No, I won't supersede what a decision another minister may or may not make.
Thank you, Minister.
But you will undertake to
Sure.
fight
No,
for
about it.
Copacabana and
Yep,
make
yep.
sure they get their fair share?
I don't know. I don't think the member for Terrigal's written to me about it. If he has, it's gone lost. But we talk all the time, and I can't recall him ever raising it. So,
Thank you. I think you might have potentially raised it with Minister Camper as well. Minister, with respect to Wyong and Gosford hospitals, are you aware that waiting times at both these hospitals remain some of the worst in New South Wales?
yeah. So we inherited a terrible problem in terms of staffing on the Central Coast. There were a lot of vacant positions, and that puts extreme pressure, particularly on the emergency department. I have representations, and I had before we came into government, from the Nurses and Midwives Association to this problem. It's not a new problem. It's a growing area. It's one of the busiest. They're both some of the busiest. I think might be third or fifth busiest in the state in terms of some of the stats. The good news is we met recently with the CEO of Central Coast Local Health District, and he told us their recruitment program is being fruitful and that they are actually growing the number of nurses. That will be helped, that Gosford's now been approved to be part of the safer staffing trial, which is a fantastic election commitment from the New South Wales Men's Government, which will go a long way to addressing some of these problems. We have Newcastle University turning out a lot of new graduates. We had the Research Centre, which was set up by the former government, and training facility that Newcastle University has there. And so we hopefully, as long as you get some and you lose some, that we can actually start to address these problems. Well aware of it. Central Coast Local Health District is working as hard as they can to resolve it. The nurses, I can tell you, are still calling me constantly. Kelly, who's the delegate there, has my phone number and uses it, and we are, which is why we had the meeting with Central Coast Local Health District to get an update.
And Minister, the government, of course, announced $480 million in emergency department relief for New South Wales. How much of that will be going to Wyong and Gosford hospitals?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice, but I know that we did get some of those positions, and I think it was 4, but I will take it on notice.
And if you'd also be able to take on notice how these funds will be used to alleviate waiting times at both Gosford and Wyong hospitals.
I believe it's to assist in triage. The other thing I should say too is that the New South Wales government, so the federal government set up 2 urgent care centres, one at Lakehaven and one at Yamina. But the New South Wales government also set up an urgent care centre at Long Jetty, which hadn't been there previously, to help alleviate pressure on our emergency departments.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister, are you able to advise of any safety improvements that have been undertaken at Rawson Road following the collision of a train and car in April this year?
Yeah, so that's a problem that has gone back a long time. I think it was actually Mr. Holstein, who was the member for Gosford back at that particular stage, raised that. There were some safety improvements undertaken, I understand. We have met with the member for Gosford and Transport to look at other things that could be put in place. I believe one of those is making darker some of the line markings and that sort of thing. It's a really difficult one. There's a left-hand turn straight over the crossing, and so when people are watching their GPS, it tells them to turn. And so, unfortunately, in a couple of occasions, they've turned onto the tracks. Luckily, in the last collision, which we've had advice and spoken about at depth, was that the person was able to get out of the car, was actually in the process of ringing and warning that the car was on the tracks when the train actually hit it. But we are looking at that. We're looking at what other things can be put in place, and if there are further safety things, then we will certainly be pursuing them.
And is there any funding associated with those
Well, not at this stage because they're still looking at it. So they're analysing it. We met with senior department people. We'd also spoken to the union, the RTBU, the signalling people before that. They raised some concerns about communication issues, like technical communication issues, and delays, and that's all being looked at. But there's no funding allocated yet until we get a comprehensive response.
Even for planning?
Sorry?
Even for planning?
Well, we haven't had the response. We've had the discussions, but haven't had a response yet.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe through the Minister to Mr Hamilton. What donations, if any, were made by Aboriginal Affairs in 2023-24?
Donations.
What sort of donations?
What donations were made by Aboriginal Affairs?
Do you mean grants?
Sorry,
mean
donations, grants, yep, sponsorships.
Oh, there's a lot. Do you want us to get that on notice? We have quite large grant programs under Closing the Gap and under Aboriginal Languages Trust.
If you could take that on notice, I'd be quite keen on understanding the breadth of how much was paid.
Because I think we contribute to things like the Koori Knockout and events like that as well. So there's a very large number.
Yeah, there's a different number of grants that are offered across different portfolios.
Yeah, if I could get something on that, that'd be good, please.
Sorry, what was the time period?
Last financial year.
Oh, last financial year.
Just the last financial year, that's all. Mr Hamilton, how many consultants are engaged by Aboriginal Affairs in that same financial year?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of the numbers and the dollars.
Okay, and then if you're going to do that, can you also tell me at the same time how much the total expenditure on consultants was for that year?
Yes.
And what the projected cost of consultants will be for this financial year, 2024-25. Thank you. In amongst those sponsorships and donations, did the Aboriginal Affairs New South Wales sponsor or donate an event of the Westerman Julia Institute for Mental Health in Perth, Western Australia?
Yes.
It did? Are you on the board of that organisation?
I am now, yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. If so, what was the total amount of the sponsorship funding provided by AA New South Wales to a Western Australian organisation?
I'd have to take that on notice to get the exact number for you. I don't have that in front of me right now.
Is it $250,000?
I don't have it in front of me. I can't confirm.
Okay, thank you. Important as their work might be, particularly in relating to mental health, noting that the Westerman Julia Institute is based in Western Australia and does not appear to do any work in New South Wales, what benefit is derived by New South Wales communities and the New South Wales taxpayers in sponsoring a Western Australian organisation?
It actually does do work in New South Wales.
Can you tell us what work it does, please?
It recruits young people to. The whole idea is to have more Aboriginal psychologists, and they run a scholarship program, and that scholarship program's run Australia-wide, and New South Wales is included in that. They also run mental health programs, training for Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, and they do that across the country.
So that's where the funding would have gone?
Well, I'd have to get the details on exactly what that funding was for. As I understand, I think it was for a sponsorship, not necessarily specifically for those programs, but they do work in New South Wales.
Right, okay, thank you. Next one, who would have approved that sponsorship?
I approved of sponsorship. Yeah.
You approved it, okay, yes. Thank you. Just turning now to an organisation called Mackerel Sky, Leadership and Wellbeing Consultants. Are you aware of that organisation?
Yes.
Over $300,000 seems to have been contributed to that organisation. Did they have a continuing engagement with Aboriginal Affairs?
Yes.
And what's the nature of that engagement?
It's leadership training and wellbeing training for our staff.
So what was the actual amount paid in 23-24? Could you?
I haven't got the exact figure of that in front of me. I can take that on notice and provide that. It's actually over a couple of years, the next 2 years. So I can give you the figure for 23-24.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what's the exact nature of the services that they provide? What tangible product has been produced?
Well, it's part of our leadership training for our senior leaders in the organisation, as well as the well-being of our staff contingent, and it's part of our training budget that we use each year. That's a component of it in those two areas.
And what can you perhaps take on notice how much the projected cost for this current financial will be, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Well done.
Mr.
Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'm not critical of these things, but in your time as Minister, you've threatened to sack the board of Greyhound Racing New South Wales, and you've made some interventions with the thoroughbred code that we've discussed today. Are you frustrated that for the 3 racing codes for which you're responsible, there's no direct ministerial oversight?
Not frustrated per se. I think that that coming in as a new government, following a government that's been in for 12 years, there's different expectations, and there's a period of settling and getting to understand each other, if you like. I made very clear that track standards and welfare were of particular interest in the greyhound area, that provincial and country racetracks and their funding was a personal issue for me, coming from that area and knowing a lot of the tracks and participants in that area. And so I think those organisations have to adjust to that different leadership. So it's not frustration. It's just a change in relationship, if you like.
Right. Well, there's a trainer in your electorate that's had communications with you. I think I've raised them in the past. At one stage, your promise of helping him, he said, "Great news, there is a guide upstairs," so that was very encouraging for him. And then he sent a message very critical of the Chief Executive of Racing New South Wales, to which you responded as follows: "I understand your frustration. I have no legal avenue to intervene. The legislation makes the board independent, and the board, Racing New South Wales, employs the CEO. I cannot direct them on any operational issue. My department has no investigative powers. Any complaints we receive must be referred to ICAC Police or the Ombudsman's Office for investigation." You sound very frustrated and would like at least your department to have some investigative powers into the litany of things that go wrong in racing.
Yeah, look, it's I have a lot of independent statutory authorities that I look after, and as a human being, I have opinions, and sometimes you wish you could intervene, but sometimes it's appropriate that you can't. I think that that these organisations, as long as my influence, if you like, is appointing board members, and hope that those board members will make good decisions, and that's the influence that I have. In terms of individual issues, the good news there, it took longer than probably would have liked, but I understand the individuals now met with the chair and deputy chair and their legal people, and that's progressing. That comes from a lot of years. So when we're in opposition, this goes right back to an incident that occurred in 2014, 2012. The board at the time did take action in terms of some compensation and sacking the board at Wyong Race Club, and making some other changes in the board makeup. We had reached out to the previous minister on multiple occasions and couldn't get a meeting. And when I first pushed it forward, the feedback I got was that it had been dealt with, but there's a new chair and a new deputy chair, and they've now met with the individual. So I see that as being progress. It's part of that relationship, and I'm really thankful that they've listened to the concerns of the individual.
Is it right, as you've indicated here, that Racing New South Wales can be referred to ICAC?
My understanding is, and I may need to take advice on this because it's different. So I understand that we sort of determination in terms of Greyhound Racing New South Wales, the CEO can't be investigated, but the actions of the board may be able to be investigated. But that's a matter for ICAC.
Racing New South Wales, not the thoroughbreds.
Yeah, but it works because they're statutory independent bodies. It's really up to ICAC to decide what, if it fits inside their jurisdiction. We make referrals.
Your legal advice is it's up to ICAC to decide whether or not they can.
Well, ICAC decides what ICAC looks into. I can't influence that.
Well, they've got a statute that limits, places restrictions on what they can look into.
So I can only talk because we've had direct involvement with the greyhound racing issue. We always refer. So if we get allegations, we refer to the Ombudsman, ICAC, police, whoever. It's up to that individual agency.
What have ICAC said to you about Racing New South Wales?
Nothing. We haven't discussed.
No, they said that the complaints you've lodged are valid to be investigated. They have the power to investigate.
They don't necessarily give feedback. I don't know if you've worked with ICAC before, but they don't necessarily get back to you and tell you anything they're doing.
Yeah, on one matter we did, but...
Thank you, Minister. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. Minister, I'd like to read you a quote from your contribution in the debate on the Coalition's bill to ban greyhound racing in 2016. You said Labor's approach would allow New South Wales greyhound racing industry to reform and continue to exist. It would allow the industry a second chance, but it would also be a last chance. If that was the last chance, why are you now giving this industry yet another chance?
Right, so the easy answer to that is that if they had made no progress whatsoever, then there might be a case. But they have been undertaking reform. They have been changing the way they do business. They are testing, for example, new track surfaces, dual arm lures, looking at straight tracks. So if they'd sat back and said, oh, we survive, we're good, we're not going to do anything, then there may be an argument. But they have actually been putting things in place.
As we've discussed previously, a lot of these things that have been put in have increased the deaths on many tracks like Wentworth Park. In 2016, the report said that this was an industry that was incapable of reform. If it's shown, again, that this is an industry incapable of reform, what will you then do as Minister?
Yeah, so the Premier has stated that greyhound racing in New South Wales will continue, and
that
that
is-
my
and that-
job
sorry, Minister-
is
Order.
to make it as safe as
Order,
possible.
Ms Hurst.
Minister, so are you telling me that if this is shown to be an industry incapable of reform, that your commitment is to keep it going despite it being incapable of reform?
All I can tell you is what the Premier has said, he's stated publicly, and what my role is, and my role is to make sure that we make it as safe as we can possibly make it.
So was that a captain's call from the Premier to say
Well,
that this will
it's
stay
Labor
open
Party
regardless?
policy. It's the policy we've had since the initial decision to shut it down. We have never changed that policy.
And so that policy, well, the policy back in 2016, or certainly what was said by multiple Labor MPs, including Chris Mettens, including yourself, including Luke Foley, was that if the industry has shown not to have reformed in 2 years, with many of the quotes, that it would be shut down.
Yeah, but we think it has reformed. If it had done nothing.
So baby steps are enough.
Well, no, I think they've done some major things, and I think euthanasia is now down. So they are making progress.
So
is it at the pace that we would all like? No. In some areas, yes. In some other areas, no. But that's why we're asking Commissioner Drake to look at these issues and give us further advice about what we need to do going forward.
Minister, but what I want to know is if, in 2016, the report showed that this is an industry incapable of reform. If it's shown again that this is an industry incapable of reform, will you revise the policy or advocate for some level of change?
That's the same question that I've already answered.
Well, I didn't feel like I did get an answer.
Well, I did. I told you that we would look
That your
at
policy was
putting
that
in
it-
place reforms to make the industry as
But
safe
if
as
it
we
was
possibly can.
incapable of reforms,
Well, that's your interpretation of it. What we've
Well,
said
that's
is
what-
we want to
that's what
know
the report
how
showed
they can
back
do
in
things better.
2016. In 2016,
So you're saying that any industry,
I'm
won't
talking
change
about
over
the
time?
report in 2016 said that this
Yeah,
is
but
an
if they've done
industry
nothing-
incapable of reform.
Yeah, but they haven't done nothing.
So you're happy with what has been shown to come out of the Alex Britton report, what has come out of the YE facility?
so
you think that despite all of that
let's-
coming forward,
let's be
you
clear.
feel that that's enough for this industry, despite
Let's
all
be
the corruption
clear
that's shown.
that the things in those reports are allegations. They're yet to be proven. And I don't want to preempt the Commissioner's inquiry. So I think it's wrong to say everything that was in those reports is fact. Some of it is opinion. And in life, lots of people have different opinions. It doesn't make them right or wrong. It's just their opinion. What our job is, and the task that I've been given, is to look at how the industry operates.
Thank you, Minister.
And
I've
make
only got a
sure
few
that we make it
seconds
as safe as we can.
Minister, are you aware of a man by the name of Shane Stiff, who's the head of Greyhounds Clubs New South Wales and the president of Dubbo Racetrack?
I am.
And you've met with him a few times?
At least twice, I think.
At least twice. Are you aware that he's been found guilty of drugging and he was also suspended for racism?
No, I wasn't aware
Order,
of the second one.
a point of order has been...
The point of order is, here we've got a clear-cut case of adverse mention, talking about someone that's not here to
This is
defend
all in the
themselves.
media,
This
it's
should
all
not
public.
be done. The honourable member knows that. Mr. Stiff
point
is
of
not the
order.
person that you're accusing him of being.
Well, this has all been reported publicly. He's been found guilty of these things. It's not something I'm making up.
Order.
It doesn't matter.
Order. Mr. Borzak, you've raised a point of order. Are you responding to the point of order, Ms. Hurst?
Yes, this information is public. I think that we've got a really dangerous precedent here if we start to silence people from being able to talk about things that are already very much in the public domain. It severely restricts what's being able to be discussed in these, inside committees, inside inquiries. We need to be really careful to say that we can't mention anything that's already in the public domain. And my understanding, from evidence that I received yesterday in another inquiry, and the information that I had received was that we shouldn't be restricted on further discussion of these things, particularly and with consideration of the fact that much of this information is already in the public domain.
To the point of order, the attempt by the honourable member to blacken the name of Mr. Stiff in this inquiry, having got some information which we don't know anything about yesterday, and I'm sure the Minister has no idea.
It's in the public domain.
Order, Ms. Hurst.
Mr. Stiff is, I think, currently still the CEO of Dubbo Greyhound Racing. He's well known in the community. He's of good standing. To sit here and impugn him without him having an opportunity to answer in real time is a real problem as far as I'm concerned, and goes against the ruling we should be dealing with.
Yeah.
Just with reference to your previous ruling in the committee today about the naming of individuals and to treat that with care, particularly as they are not in a position here to defend themselves.
Can I just further to the point of order, could I suggest that maybe you reserve your ruling and get advice from the clerk, just because what's being discussed today is quite different to advice that I have previously received from the clerk, particularly when information is in the public domain, and I'm happy to provide that information and the guilty, the evidence of what I have said is fact.
Well, I'll rule on. I will reserve my ruling on it, but I'll make this point that I am relying upon the rules that are set out to administer the committee, and they definitely suggest that we should be very cautious and avoid naming individuals and mentioning them adversely. And if we are to do so, and you have documentation that it might help assist the committee to forewarn us and to table documents and the like beforehand, rather, because I'm not in a position to know whether or not what you are saying, and I'm not casting any aspersions there, Ms. Hurst, but I'm not in a position to know whether or not what you're saying is right or wrong. My job is to make sure that parliamentary privilege is not used to adversely mention and name individuals. So I will, I remind you of that, and I will reserve my judgment on my ruling on that and get some more advice from the clerks. And get back to the committee on that. Now we have questions from the opposition.
No,
I think it's
me.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
Incredible. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah,
Thank
apologies.
you, Chair.
I was distracted.
No, it's fine, Chair.
Ms Higginson, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Minister, can we just briefly go back to the appointment of the Treaties Commissioners? Am I correct, and sorry if I'm asking you to repeat, there is a advice report prepared that's going to Cabinet, and then there will be an announcement pending the Cabinet decision. Can I just get, for absolute clarity, is this prepared and going to the next Cabinet meeting? And if so, what is the timing of that, if that's possible?
Yeah.
And I understand
there is. Talk about cabinet processes.
I understand
here.
that cabinet is cabinet.
Yeah.
So perhaps we could say, is it likely that we will have some kind of outcome in the next month?
We will try and have an outcome as soon as we possibly can.
And I understand this. I've played this game with so many ministers in budget estimates over the short period I've been in Parliament. So as soon as we possibly can, could we say that that will be within a month? Likely, probable, possible?
I'm subject to cabinet processes, so it's
If you had your way, you had your way, would that be the month of September, the month of October, the month of November?
I hate getting tied down to months because you come unstuck, but we'll be trying to get it done as quickly as we possibly
in September?
can.
Is your version of as quickly as possible in September?
It's a major announcement, so
it is.
So I think the Premier may want to be part of it, and so therefore I think there's a whole lot of things when the actual announcement will happen.
Okay, but it's fair to say, based on what you're saying, we are definitely looking at this year.
Oh, yes.
Excellent.
I can say that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Can I ask about the cultural heritage reforms? You and I have sat since you became Minister and we have talked about these.
Yes.
Where are we up to? Are we going to see some proposal this year?
This year. So where it's up to is that we've held the stakeholder and community consultations, and that information is now being analysed, and a brief will come up to both Minister Sharp and I in the near future, and we will.
Should we play the game again?
We'll move.
I'm not being funny. I'm just trying to get
Hamilton might be able to.
Just trying to get something as accurate as possible
tell
in
you what
terms
the
of
process
timing.
is. Look, this is cultural heritage, as you would expect, is an incredibly complex issue, and so some of the issues raised will take some sort of consideration.
Are you concerned it's just going to be like the last minister and the one before and the one before and the one before?
We've committed to standalone legislation, and that's what we're working towards.
So is the proposal at this point in your mind's eye that we will see a proposal on the table which is a full standalone suite of laws?
I think there will be. So there's a transition there. There may have to be a transitional period, and then the standalone legislation. So the structure may be getting. Mr. Hamilton might like to comment.
So the consultation that we undertook, we sought advice, or we talked with different stakeholders about what the options were for to work towards standalone legislation. That's contained within a report, which is contained within a cabinet submission that's being considered by the ministers at the moment. So there are a number of different options in there. Those options are to be considered by both Minister Sharp and Mr. Harris, and then a decision made on what option is taken, and then the next steps on that.
Will there be some kind of thing before the end of this year on cultural heritage, or are you concerned it might not be this year?
We're working really carefully with all the different groups to get it right, and that's, as I said, that's complex. I'm not trying to dodge the answer, but we can't afford to put something out again that goes down.
Okay.
So we're being
in my last 30
careful.
seconds, can I just ask you about, so the 43% increase of young people and children incarceration since you came into government, so it's literally from June last year to June this year. Are you considering reporting that to the Australian Human Rights Commission? Are you concerned that it is such a damning position that we are in, that this is beyond just worsening the gap and not closing the gap, that we are in serious human rights breach territory?
Yeah, no, I'm not considering doing that, but within Cabinet, with colleagues, we are examining all of these particular issues. The stats go up and down.
They really are.
But you know, you always so the June figures, because I went back. So I personally monitor every time it comes out. I have a look at it. I do analysis on it, and then I talk to colleagues.
But you acknowledge that it's from June to June, it's since you've been Minister?
Yes, but there's been a whole lot of things the government is doing, and those things won't start to make a difference on day one. It takes time. This is families, this is out-of-home care, this is education, it's a whole range of things. And if anyone thought that we would come to government and overnight things would get better,
but
straight
they've got
away.
43% worse.
Yeah, but a lot of that's carryover. We've been changing things during the 12 months. We didn't change everything on day one. You have to look at this over a period of time. A lot of this is a carryover from the previous government's time. It didn't, that we didn't change all the laws. The laws were already there. So we're putting changes in that will take time to make a difference.
Thank you, Minister. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms Munro.
Minister, we have spoken about the cashless gaming trials and we've spoken about the machines. I'm wondering how many registered users of the scheme are currently in the system?
We can get you an up-to-date figure on that.
You got Mr. Baraka?
There's 207 people who've signed up and there's 32 actively using.
32 active users. And are they regular users?
As to the frequency, I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure we could get that data.
That would be helpful. And of those 32 active users, how many are engaged in providing feedback on their experience?
There have been a number of interviews conducted and some surveys as well. I'd have to take on notice the exact number of participants.
Okay, that would be good to know how many interviews and how many respondents to the surveys, given there are 32 active users.
And I think we'll also be able to provide, if it's useful, Ms Munro, it's not just the participants that are being interviewed, it's people who are deciding not to participate, it's staff members, it's people at the venue as well, so it's a sort of more holistic than just the users.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, Minister, are you concerned that there are only 32 active users?
I think it gives us some really useful information, to be frank. This is going to be a huge behavioural change. People, and the feedback I've been getting is that people don't trust technology. They're worried about their bank accounts, they're worried about their personal details, they're worried about all of those things, and that part of the roadmap will be is how we undertake behavioural change to demonstrate to people that this is useful and helpful, and that it's necessary. So, yeah, to be honest, it's a trial. So if you don't have to sign up unless you're really motivated, and there's a lot of early adopters. I'm an early adopter. I love buying the latest TV and whatever. And inevitably, what happens is they have problems and you get burnt sometimes. And a lot of people aren't like that. So no, I'm not concerned. It's giving us useful data, talking to the people about why they don't want to sign up, because
can I
you can imagine what will happen is if we had just rolled it out, like some people had suggested, it probably would have been a disaster for everyone, including the industry.
So how much money has been spent so far on this process for 32 people to actively register?
Well, it's 3.4 million allocated in last year's budget to the panel to conduct the trial. I think I probably got it here. I think it's I'll take on notice, but 634,000 I think has been spent today. That's largely for the independent researcher. So people aren't being paid to participate in the trial. Manufacturers and venues aren't being paid to participate in the trial. The funding is really for the panel to run the trial and oversee the implementation of the cashless technology. And research and evaluate the implementation of that technology.
Can I just ask finally, do you have any goals around how many people you would like to sign up to this trial and actively engage?
No, I don't. The panel may have set goals. I'm not involved with that. They're independent, so they're doing all of the parameters for the trial and all of those sorts of things. That's discussed internally with them, and we will wait and see what their recommendations are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. As the Minister for Veterans, you no doubt will be aware from data, the independent review of past defence and veteran suicides in 2021 that shows an alarming percentage of veteran suicides of ADF members residing in New South Wales. How do you propose to reduce the number of suicides in the state amongst our veterans community?
Yeah, so I actually went to the final hearing of the Royal Commission last week, the week's getaway. And it was very sobering. We heard from the three commissioners, and we understand the responsibility jointly with the Commonwealth, who has the major role in the Department of Veteran Affairs. But in New South Wales, we're developing our next 4-year plan, and we will use the information from the recommendations to help us understand what, as a state, we can do better. My comments in the Royal Commission, I appeared before the Royal Commission on behalf of the government, was that states can have a larger role to play because we deliver services, and that the interface between the Commonwealth and the states is absolutely vital to making sure that those services are directed to the right place. Now, I'm happy Mrs McInnes is here, and she can talk in fulsome detail around some of those issues, or you might want to ask her this afternoon, but it's a responsibility we take really seriously. To be fair, the role of Veteran Affairs in New South Wales was commemorations and memorials. That's been expanded to include Veterans Employment Program, and if we can help in a coordinating way, so we've been involved, for example, with service providers, RSL Life Care, trying to get sites for veterans hubs, which is funded by the Commonwealth. So we'll look to any role that we can have in helping in this really, really important area.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, one of the, you mentioned the Royal Commission, one of the issues that was highlighted in the interim report was the data, which was quite sparse on suicide ideation, self-harm and attempted suicides within the veterans community. Are there any plans that you've got as part of the veteran strategy or action plans to try and address some of these gaps?
Well, as I said, we haven't actually seen the recommendations yet, and when we do, we can then look at not just within our Office of Veteran Affairs is 13 people, and so they have mainly a coordinating role. So across government, there may be some things we can do in that space about how we collect data, etc. I know there's already been some discussion around data collection and changing. So, for example, putting a box on the school enrolment form so that we can identify children of current and former veterans. So. Current serving soldiers and veterans. So, yeah, we're happy to look at all of those sorts of things. Can't tell you exactly the day because the strategy is still under development, but we will be looking at that holistically once we see the recommendations.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, as you mentioned before, Veterans Employment Program, and look, I would note that that is something under the former government as well. I'm sure yes. my good friend former Minister Elliott would have trouble if that wasn't noted, but the New South Wales Veterans Action Plan of 23-24 states that veterans are having trouble accessing entitlements and other state government agencies. What efforts are being made to streamline these processes for veterans and their loved ones in a timely and efficient manner?
Yeah, so we've had a series of roundtables where some of these issues have been looked at, and I think the Department of Customer Service have been part of that. Yeah, those issues are being looked at in terms of how Service New South Wales can assist in streamlining those services. It's in the past, one of the issues is whether people identify as a veteran or not, and so statistically, until the census, the last census, we didn't actually know how many veterans necessarily there were in New South Wales. So we're getting that data, we're using the data to inform this 4-year plan, and looking at other ways that we can expand the services we give for veterans.
Thank you. And one of the other highlighted areas of challenge for the veteran community in New South Wales and more broadly across Australia is when it comes to veteran homelessness. And that, of course, in the Veterans Action Plan is one of the target areas that you have. Is the government on track to achieve the outcome targets under that plan in supporting veterans at risk of and experiencing homelessness?
Carolyn, did you want to talk on that specifically? Do you want to hear from Carolyn this afternoon?
Look, I'm happy to return to Carolyn this afternoon.
Yeah, she's
yep,
more
sure.
across that.
And Minister, if I could also ask you what efforts are being made to obtain current data on veteran homelessness. Is that something that you can answer, or would you prefer me to ask that to the Minister?
Yeah, it's probably better to ask the department. But as I said, the efficacy of collecting data is really important, and it does need to be improved. It relies on the individual.
And Minister, what update can you provide us on the status of the upcoming state action plan due to be implemented in 2025?
Okay, so there has been some consultation out there with the sector. That feedback, I think there's also been discussion across different departments to get feedback. And as I said, now we'll wait for the recommendations from the Royal Commission before finalising that and launching it.
And on notice, could you provide us with a list of the stakeholders that you've consulted with till date?
That'd be right.
Or this afternoon, potentially?
Yep.
Thank you.
Minister, at the budget estimates hearing at the beginning of the year, there was talk about a proposed update for the New South Wales medical research strategy, and I'm wondering what the status of that document is.
Okay, so I know it's underway. Did you want to talk about
Dr. Levesque. Thank you.
Pretty exciting stuff happening in medical research in New South Wales.
No doubt.
Thanks. Yes, so with regards to the research and innovation strategy, the consultation with all of the various sectors and stakeholders has been completed. We've completed a gap analysis to compare New South Wales internationally and identify where our areas of strengths and where we need to do further investments, really to inform the strategy with evidence. And we're now at the stage of drafting the documents ahead of, final consultation with a clear strategy map in front of us.
Okay. How long is the strategy intended to last?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different views at the moment about what's the best practice in terms of strategies, but we're aiming at a 10-year strategy in terms of overarching directions, but also a more focused 3-year action plan to make sure that then we can revise it, combining a long-term view of things, given the fact that medical research does have a long, trend in many areas, but also being able to have short-term decisions and directions because, there are things that we need to do right now to reap the benefit in future years.
And when are you hoping to have a public document available?
We committed to this calendar year. We're still on track for that, but of course we will publish it when we also have had, final endorsement of the various sectors. Medical research is a complex area, as you know. Government has got its role and contribution into this, but we need to work with academic institutions and our service providers as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Minister, Sydney Health Partners is a collaboration between 5 major health services, a world-leading university and 11 affiliated medical research institutes. There was a forum that Sydney Health Partners held in June this year, and issues of translational research and workforce retention were flagged as significant concerns for New South Wales. Are you aware of that? And secondly, what are you doing about it?
Yeah, so sector-wide, we are, like in most sectors, there's workforce issues.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things we're doing in New South Wales is making sure that we grow collaborations, which then attracts very high-quality staff, not just from New South Wales but around the world. And many of them are making their home here in New South Wales and really contributing to our research. There's also a role with our local health districts in training up staff, etc., for clinical trials and whatnot. And we were out in Dubbo just recently launching the Central West clinical trial project, which is going to be a great thing for people out in that area. And it was interesting to know the workforce there were moving from city areas out to work in the region. So it's actually one of the areas when you offer research, it can actually attract staff who can then assist in the health field more broadly.
You spoke about growing collaboration. Could you give some more detail about what that looks like?
Yes, there's a number of projects. I think the sector has understood, and the strategy will reflect this, that by working together you're able to achieve more, and using the expertise across different organisations means that there's less duplication. A good example of that is the new network to do non-animal technologies, and that's a collaboration which different university institutes will be working together. We've funded, I think it's
4.5 million.
5 million to look at using those different technologies, which can include things like growing organoids, etc., which means that testing can take place on non-animals, on human cells and all that type of thing. So I think those are really important. There's the English Institute out there, they've got a collaboration going. There's a lot happening in Westmead, different collaborations. It's actually really, really exciting, and we're out at Sydney Uni just recently looking at their new, is it called Bioaccelerator?
It is.
Bioaccelerator. It's a big hole in the ground at the moment, but the plans look really exciting, and that will be another collaboration. So I think New South Wales is well placed to be at the forefront of this area, and I think there's great optimism in the industry.
Thank you. Minister, you're invited to tour the St George and Sutherland Medical Research Foundation, but were unable to attend, and you sent senior representatives that came from your office. Unfortunately for them, they were informed that the government was unable to provide any funding for their continuation. I'm wondering if you will consider taking the time to actually go and visit them, given you've said that they can't receive any government funding without being there personally.
Yeah, so I've met with them directly in my office, and yes, was unfortunately not able to attend the visit. But it's very difficult. Every institute wants more money, and we've got set programs that we use to fund different projects, etc. And sometimes it's as simple as that we have to make sure that new projects fit into that. If it's something outside of that, well, then we have to go through a whole of government process in order to get those funds, which is not an easy thing to do. So we'd love to say yes to everybody, but that's unfortunately not something that we can do. I know the department looked at it very, very carefully, and if there is an opportunity that comes up in the future, I'm sure we can provide support.
We've been told that the Microbiome Research Centre is in danger of closing because of a lack of continued operational funding, around $1.2 million. Were you aware of that when you made that decision?
Well, we didn't make a decision. There was actually no actual funding proposal put in. It was just a conversation and an ask.
But
did
you
you
were
want to
aware
talk about that specifically?
You were aware that they were in danger of closing down without additional funding?
I think that was related to us, but
yeah. So there's different pathways for specific research centres to obtain funding. Some of the funding at times come from local health districts or hospitals, specific medical research institutes. In New South Wales, we've got a significant investment in medical research institutes through our medical research support program. It's a $40 million investment every year, but there are criteria that need to be met to be part of that program, given the fact that it's a significant investment, it's highly competitive, and we do have, explicit peer-reviewed criteria to assess different centres. That doesn't preclude at times to have specific, funding provided through various collaborations and different sources, and again, we've got internal processes to assess those.
Thank you. Just going back to the cashless gaming trials and the the limited number of users that are active at the moment, are there plans to actually increase that number? I mean, I'm curious about how you make that
So that's
trial
in the
more
purview
useful.
of the panel.
But is that something you're asking the panel to do? I mean, if you're getting advice from the panel and they're coming back to you and saying, well, we've got 32 people, wouldn't you ask them, have you tried to increase that number?
So the panel has considered it, and they've, I think the way that the trial has been marketed, messaged, the terminology used has been amended, and that has actually seen, notwithstanding not a huge uptick, some uptick in participation. So we're hoping, that was fairly recently though, so we're hoping to see that continue to move in the right direction, but they have actively thought about this.
Okay, so when you're in those meetings and you've got a range of stakeholders around the table who obviously have very different perspectives as to how this should work, let's say, is there an agreement around why there hasn't been a huge uptake that you can pinpoint and rectify?
Well, I think some of the feedback coming through the research company, so just to be clear, I don't sit on the panel, but I do attend some meetings as an observer, excuse me, and some of the feedback from the research indicates that people have concerns about data and privacy and security and things like that. There's a reluctance to, sorry.
Can I just ask on that? I understand that a cybersecurity project around the cashless gaming trial had to be abandoned because it was considered too difficult in the time frame that was required to develop it. Is that correct?
No, not to my knowledge. The Cybersecurity New South Wales is a member of the panel, as is a Deputy Commissioner of the New South Wales Police Force. The Department's cybersecurity team has been involved.
And they're happy. They're happy with
absolutely.
the cybersecurity that's been implemented as a part of this.
Yeah,
trial.
the panel signed off based on advice from the relevant cybersecurity experts on the technology and the venue's implementation of that technology, but they made it clear too that this is an ongoing thing, so there's ongoing testing of the cybersecurity requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the government?
No, we're very satisfied with what the Minister said.
Thank you. Well, before we conclude, I'd just like to rule on the point of order made previously by Mr. Borzak. I won't uphold the point of order because it's clear, despite my attempts to remain abreast of everything that's happening in the world, that these were a matter of public record and were reported in the in www.australiangreyhoundracing.com. I tried to keep abreast of everything essential, but these matters were raised in that austere journal. But I would suggest that if members are going to raise matters that may include the naming of an individual and an adverse mention, that they refer to the public record that they rely upon before, or as they do so, or before they do so, by tabling the document. That would certainly assist the chairs of committees, I believe. But anyway, I'm not upholding that point of order. Thank you.
Just in relation to that, I'd then just table the news articles about the person that I referred to earlier.
Yeah, that would be appreciated. So that concludes the questioning of you today. Minister, thank you very much for your attendance. We very much appreciate it. There were some matters taken on notice. The Secretariat will be in contact with your office or the officials in due course to receive that information. And colleagues, before we conclude, we've just got a very short deliberative to deal with another matter.
Well, what about the big issue? What is the tip in the Wyong Cup?
Yeah, I'm off there now. It's
returning to Portfolio Committee Number 1's hearings into Budget Estimates 24-25. Before we resume questioning, I acknowledge the additional witnesses joining. Ms Marr, I would like to remind you that you have already been sworn before the committee during this inquiry and do not need to be sworn again. Mr O'Brien, who is there, please come forward. Could you please just take a seat? State your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation.
So Terry O'Brien, I'm the Director of Policy and Racing with Hospitality and Racing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr O'Brien. We'll now turn to questions from the crossbench. And Mr Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr O'Brien, for your attendance. Have you had an opportunity to look at the list of Racing New South Wales funded projects for provincial and country tracks that the Minister tabled earlier today?
I haven't seen the exact document that he tabled, Mr Latham.
Would you have a list of the Racing for the Regions projects that were to be funded out of the allocation of the $67 million 3 years ago?
Yes, I do.
Right.
Do you, Mr Latham, do you want to get
if
Mr O'Brien?
the witness can have a look at the list that the Minister tabled. The Minister's list has got 19 projects adding up to $77.6 million. Now, I don't know if it's the $67 million for Racing for the Regions plus the Goulburn new stabling and training facilities we've heard about, which are $10 million. But if you can just have a look at that is it the list
I think
of
that's
Racing
right.
for the Regions plus one other?
I think it includes Racing for the Regions projects, which were, the funding was announced for those in 2021, I think it was, and then the second sheet looks to be the projects that have been funded by Racing New South Wales that were announced earlier this year.
Right, so the first sheet, which adds up just to, I think it's of the order of $19 million, is the Racing for the Regions projects. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's right.
Right. Well, where's the other $48 million gone?
So
that doesn't add up to 67 there,
I can see that there's about $57 million worth of projects listed on that first sheet. That's titled Racing for the Regions.
Sheet? It's headed Racing New South Wales funded projects.
Yep, so that's the second lot that were announced by Racing New South Wales earlier this year.
That's the second lot, okay.
Yep.
And can you provide the committee with the first lot? How many are there in total? Because this is 19 million here.
So there's about 8 projects listed on this.
Sorry?
There's about 8 projects listed on this sheet under Racing for the Regions.
On the second one?
Yep.
Right, okay.
Yep.
Didn't you say these were separate to the Racing for the Regions? Didn't you say that earlier on? Or you're now saying these are all Racing for the Regions projects?
So there's 2 sheets of paper. One says Racing for the Regions funded projects. There's about 8 projects there.
Right.
Just from my quick calculation, there's about $57 million worth of projects.
Uh-huh.
The second sheet says Racing New South Wales funded projects. So these were the ones that were announced by Racing New South Wales earlier this year.
Right, okay. So they're not part of Racing for the Regions?
That's right.
So the Racing for the Regions has got just 8 projects, is that right?
So that's what's listed on here. From memory, I think there's actually a few more projects than that, but it might be that...
Can you provide those to the committee? Because it seems strange, there's 8, and they add up to $57 million, it was a $67 million...
It may be that they've been combined by track, and so there's some tracks that have multiple projects.
Well, perhaps on notice you could undertake to do an assessment of what the Minister's given us and then provide us with a full list of the Racing for the Regions funded projects as you know them. That would be very helpful.
Provide that
Can you describe the administrative means by which these projects and the funding amounts were arrived at?
So
was there an open tender, or the clubs got a chance to put their submission in for the part of the 67 million?
So my understanding is that Racing New South Wales went through a process with its clubs where it invited them to nominate projects. It then assessed those projects against its criteria, provided a list to the government, and that list was then subject. There was a business case that went with it. That was then subject to Expenditure Review Committee.
Right. Why was it done
consideration.
that way? Why couldn't each club put in a submission for funding directly to it? Why did Racing New South Wales have to do the whole lot? Right, these are clubs constituted legally in their own right. You know, the Gosford Racing Club is a legal entity in its own right. Why wasn't it able, along with the other clubs around New South Wales, to make a direct funding application in a competitive process?
I mean, I can't comment on the process that Racing New South Wales went through and how it decided.
No, I'm not asking about their
those.
process. I'm asking about yours, you see. I'm asking about the New South Wales government means by which this program was administered and arrived at. I'm not asking what Racing New South Wales did. I'm asking why weren't each of these clubs able to apply directly for a grant?
That was a policy decision by the government of the day as to how those projects would be funded, how it would look
So
to
this
fund
is
projects.
Minister Anderson at the time?
It was Minister Anderson.
Minister Anderson said that the Racing for the Regions money would go in globo to Racing New South Wales, who would then decide the breakdown of funds.
That was a decision of the Expenditure Review Committee of
That was
Government.
a decision of the Expenditure Review Committee. Okay. Since then, I understand, say, at the second item there, Gosford Stables, Racing New South Wales is saying that it would want to own the land on which the stables are built. Has that been part of the process as well?
It's not part of our process.
Not part of your process. So Racing New South Wales would say, we've got all this money given to us by the Expenditure Review Committee, and they're saying to Gosford Stable, are there any funding guidelines for this scheme that would respect the integrity and legal status of the clubs, that they don't have to hand over land to Racing New South Wales before they can receive the funding?
We don't have any guidelines in respect of that. There's a funding deed between the department and Racing New South Wales for the delivery of the projects and the delivery of the funding for those.
Right, and can you provide us a copy with that deed on notice, please?
I'd have to take advice on whether that's something
Whether
we
you
could
can?
provide, but yes,
Right.
certainly.
Is there anything in that deed that respects the integrity and legal status of each of these clubs, or they're entirely in the hands of what Racing New South Wales does to them?
Well, I think relationships and matters between Racing New South Wales and its clubs are matters for those organisations.
Yeah, so Racing New South Wales, seeing Racing New South Wales doesn't own these clubs or control them other than by these means of extortion, would the deed have any recognition of the independence of the independent legal status of the clubs?
The deed's not, it doesn't go into that level of detail. It's about the delivery of the projects and the delivery of the funding to Racing New South Wales once those projects are
Right,
delivered.
and what does the deed say in general terms in that regard?
I'd have to take that on notice and look through the details of the deed, but I don't believe it goes into details of relationship between Racing New South Wales and its
So
clubs.
your understanding of the deed arrived at by the former government is along the lines of, here's some public money for Racing New South Wales. It's meant to go out to provincial and country tracks, but how you distribute that funds basically is up to you, Racing New South Wales.
No, it's for specific projects which are listed on that sheet to deliver those
Right.
projects.
Are there any instructions in the deed as to how Racing New South Wales would select the projects?
The projects had already been selected at the time the deed was put in place. That was
Right,
the decision of the
okay,
Expenditure
okay.
Review
Well,
Committee.
You're saying that now. How was that arrived at? What was the process for selecting these projects?
So I think I set that out earlier, where there was Racing New South Wales worked with its clubs to identify suitable projects. There was a business case put together that then went to Expenditure Review Committee for consideration.
Right, okay, but it was all still centralised through Racing New South Wales. They selected the projects in in discussion with the clubs. Do you know if Racing New South Wales did a competitive process?
I think that would be, you'd have to ask Racing New
We'd
South
have
Wales.
to ask Racing New South Wales. Can we get a copy of the business case for this as well? Can you take that on notice pending legal advice as to how this was done? It just seems a very unusual way of funding organisations that need these funds, particularly when elements of extortion are then arrived at, where for Gosford they can't get their money, build their stables unless they hand land over to Racing New South Wales. There's nothing in the deed or the business case guarding against that eventuality?
As I think I said earlier, the deed controls or sets out the delivery of funding on proviso that the projects are delivered.
Right. And how do you, Mr O'Brien, explain the delay in each of these projects, and I assume the other ones that are part of this scheme? It's 3 years and It doesn't look like much has been completed.
So I think two of the projects have been completed. I think, as the Minister said earlier, there's been the rest of the projects are at various stages through the development application process.
Right, but how do you explain those delays? For instance, at Gosford, it's a simple matter to build stables, $12 million allocated, and it's still with the council pending development approval, so it really hasn't got anywhere.
I think that might be an explanation for the delay, in that it's still with council for waiting for
Right,
approval.
but in controlling this public money, the Office of Racing, what was done to monitor the delays and find ways of speeding up the delivery of the infrastructure?
So we meet with Racing New South Wales, and they've engaged a project management contractor, and we meet with them on a regular basis to...
And what explanation do they give for all these delays?
Well, in terms of Gosford, the explanation is that it's still with council waiting development application approval.
Right, and that's fine with the Office of Racing, just to accept that? Yeah? You never really disagree with Racing New South Wales?
I think it's just a statement of fact, isn't it? If it's still with council waiting for approval.
Mr. Latham,
Yep, okay,
your time has expired. You'll get another round very soon. Ms. Boyd, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I could perhaps ask Mr. Griffin to come to the table.
Sorry, Mr. Hurt?
Griffin.
Mr. Griffin.
I'm sure you were expecting to be called. Sorry. Can I just... So going
Order.
back a step, this Mates for the States program, was the approval of GWIC required in order for Greyhound Racing New South Wales to go ahead with that program?
No.
Why were people sent to the US from GWIC to do a so-called audit of that program before Greyhound Racing New South Wales signed up to it?
Yeah, the Commission made a suggested to government and to Journalist W that it would be good for GWIC as an independent body to have a look at their US rehabing program to make sure the community had confidence in the program itself.
What went into working out who to send then? Why were the two people sent who were sent?
One was the Associate Director of Investigations, so someone who's got investigation skills and background. And the other one was our Corporate Counsel, our most senior legal person.
Was consideration given to sending anyone with a veterinary background?
No, I heard your comments, and I think that would be a good idea if we do a next follow-up audit. But at the time, it was looking at the processes of the actual whole program, from how they were going through the process here in Australia, and plus whilst they're in the US, and how that was being managed and the governance arrangements in place. So it was more an investigation sort of audit style, more of a legal process review.
Okay. Is it true that the investigator that you sent over then became an employee of Greyhound Racing New South Wales?
That's true.
Yeah. Are there no rules in place at GWIC to prevent people going directly from the regulator to the commercial arm of the industry?
There's nothing in the legislation to prevent that from occurring.
Do you think there should be?
No, that's a matter for government policy.
Given that the reason for the audit was, and I will summarise what I think I just heard from you, but basically to give some sort of confidence to the community that the program was appropriate, do you think that the impression of somebody going over who then goes and joins Greyhound Racing New South Wales somewhat throws the results of that audit into doubt?
Not really, because the report itself was written by our Chief Corporate Counsel. I agree with the proposition that it's probably not a good look at the person then left their employee shortly thereon. Had I been aware that that person was going to or seeking employment with Greyhound Racing New South Wales, that person would not have been sent to that audit. But nevertheless, that wasn't disclosed to me or anyone else in the organisation prior to that audit being undertaken. But the audit itself and the audit report was written by our Chief Counsel.
Do you think it was appropriate that Greyhound Racing New South Wales paid for the GWIC representatives to attend on that trip?
From memory, the GNSW paid for the flights, and we paid for the accommodation.
The question, I put a question in on this, and the answer I got back was that Greyhound Racing New South Wales paid for both the flights and the accommodation.
I'd have to, if that was our previous answer,
Okay.
From memory, I
just double
thought
check?
there was, I'll double check and
Yeah.
take that on notice, but I thought we did pay for some accommodation.
Yeah.
But I'll come back to you and take that on notice, but that was my recollection of it.
Okay, that would be useful, because I think what I got back was, I think, $1,470 or something spent by GWIC on incidentals, but the rest was covered by Greyhound
Well, that
Racing
might
New
be
South
it, so
Wales.
let me check on
Thank
that
you.
and come back to you to make sure it's clear.
Do you think that's appropriate for, again, in terms of the perception that creates for the public that we have a regulator going with the commercial arm of the industry over to the US on what looks like a bit of a jolly to investigate a program that has now, as we've seen, resulted in deaths and injuries of dogs?
Well, it was an audit done for a very specific reason, and I don't agree with the proposition that it was a jolly. I did come up with some very firm recommendations in terms of how it could be improved, particularly in terms of being able to track and monitor the whole process through a digital means. So it was worthwhile in doing the audit and come up with some very valuable recommendations.
So you said that, well, you didn't say you were nodding behind the Minister before when I was asking questions about Qantas and whether the program was still continuing. I understand Qantas pulled out of the program and that's why it stopped for a period. I understand from the nods that it has restarted again. Has it restarted with Qantas or with someone else?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Greyhound Racing New South Wales. I just know that it's about to recommence or has recommenced.
Okay.
I don't have any further details. Again, there's no requirement for Greyhound Racing New South Wales to report these things to GWIC because we're not the regulator of rehoming.
Okay, understood. The role of Hanrob in all of this, are they just a holding facility? Is that your understanding?
My understanding is they manage the process of getting the greyhounds ready for rehoming.
Okay, so they do some behavioural work with them as well, do they?
That's my understanding. They do the training, get them familiar with the containers in which they're put on board, and I think they also do the vaccination, rabies vaccinations that are required to enter the US. So I think they fulfil that entire role on behalf of Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
I understand that they are experienced in dog behaviour classes, and I know you can send your dogs there to get basically for a little boot camp to teach them things.
That's right.
Do they have any particular expertise when it comes to greyhounds, though?
I understand that they've been involved with the grain industry for a number of years, so I think they'd have more than any other dog handling organisation. I think they've got the familiarity and background over a number of years, so I assume, and again that's a question you'd have to ask Greyhound Racing New South Wales directly as to why they have been selected to do that work for them.
So when you say you're not the regulator for rehoming, once the dog has been rehomed, as we've spoken about before, that dog's registration moves on to the companion animals register, or in this case to a different country. But before that happens, you're still the regulator responsible for the welfare of that dog, are you not?
We are in terms of the greyhound until it gets on the car, or once it becomes entered into the greyhounds as pets, Greyhound Racing New South Wales, that is, it's no longer with a participant, then we're not.
Yeah, okay. So when we're looking then at something like the YE Gap facility, I know that there was a report that GWIC undertook, but that was at the direction of the Minister then, as opposed to something that's a standard part of what you do.
That's correct.
Do you think that we should be updating those rules then to ensure that you have oversight of that program?
Well, that's a matter for government policy.
I understand that when the greyhounds were being flown to the USA, they had basically not sufficient room for a greyhound to move around. Are you aware? Have you inspected the cages or seen the cages that they fly in?
I haven't personally, but the staff that conducted the audit would have, and I understand that there's there's further work being done on improving those and looking at what's being done in a lot of the jurisdictions and the way that the greyhounds are being handled. But again, that'd be a matter you'd have to ask Greyhound Racing New South Wales directly about.
From what you know of greyhounds, which I would assume is a lot, are you aware of greyhounds basically being able to sleep in a forward, what's that called, is that supine? Whatever that forward position is for a 15-hour straight journey, or do they like to sort of lie on their side and stretch out?
I've got no expertise in that area at all.
Have you ever owned a greyhound? Have you seen the way that they behave?
I own dogs, no. But I've seen how they behave, but I don't own a greyhound at the moment, no.
All right. Can I ask you, in relation to that review of the YE facility, where I understand not very many people participated, was anyone else trying to participate that was unable to participate? Are you aware?
Sorry, that question again. Attempting to participate and couldn't?
So the person who was actually investigating, who was running that investigation, presumably they had a means of being contacted for people who wanted to speak with them. Are you aware of anyone trying to contact them and never getting a response?
No, I was aware that there was. We wrote to all the employees directly and sent them an email based upon the email that was provided to us, and asked them to come forward and give us information if they chose to. But I have no understanding that someone that wasn't allowed to provide information.
Maybe you could ask that question.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. The opposition, Mr. Farlow.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hamilton, I think these ones might be for you. The announcement and budget papers for the 24-25 budget referenced a carry forward, excuse me, which appears to be related to the shared decision-making partnership. Did Aboriginal Affairs submit a carry forward request for 24-25 for a $4.587 million package to support the shared decision-making partnership?
Yes.
Yes? Thank you. And were these funds available to be rolled over for this purpose, or were they allocated to different projects under Closing the Gap?
No, they're allocated for Closing the Gap.
All for Closing the Gap? Yeah. Okay. So what was the nature of this carry forward then?
It was, so under the agreement, there's a number of different schedules. So it's in relation to those schedules that are within the agreement.
Okay.
Can I just ask you to clarify, when you say a carry forward, that's a term we use in government for budgetary purposes. Are you talking about New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council seeking a variation to carry forward some of the funds under their agreement, in accordance with their agreement, not with the budget?
Well, I'm advising, is this the Department of Aboriginal Affairs, though, rather than the Aboriginal Land Councils, or...?
Yeah, you're asking me about Aboriginal Affairs as a department, and we have carry forwards, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm making the distinction to Mr. Draper.
The reason we're just asking about the... anyway, look, I'll leave that, but
what actions have been undertaken to rectify any mistakes that may have been made relating to the incorrect carry forward request of $4.587 million, which resulted in no budget allocation in 24-25 for the shared decision-making partnership?
So that's why I've made that comment, because you're referring to the partnership, which is money for the Newswalk. That's money for Newswalk, not for the Department of Aboriginal Affairs.
Sorry, if you could state again, Mr. Draper, just into the microphone, I couldn't hear properly.
The money you're referring to, I think, is money that is a grant to Newswalk. It's not money that's for operational purposes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, it's not. There's no mistakes been made.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton, has $1 million been allocated in 24-25 to enabling Aboriginal community-controlled organisations to be adequately funded to participate in shared decisions under priority reform number 1?
I'd have to look at the details. There's a number of different programs that it was part of that particular funding.
And if it isn't $1 million, could you please outline to us on notice, I suspect, how much has been allocated to establish the partnership funding model? Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Ms. Munro.
On to cashless gaming. I raised security issues earlier around cyber security. The CEO of the Star said that there were concerns surrounding security and outages. And I'm just wondering, is that your understanding of?
So that's separate to the cashless gaming trial, but
Okay.
yes, the Star, I think you're probably aware that there was an issue with a software issue that they had recently, and I think that resulted in the casino having to close its doors for about 3 days in July.
Mhm.
And that, to the conversation we were having earlier, is one of the reasons that we've given them an extended period of time to comply with some of the requirements under the legislation.
So is the independent panel on gaming reform looking at solving those security issues?
So they've got a cybersecurity approach to pubs and clubs, but they will certainly be learning from any issues that arise in the casinos. So the casinos obviously will be moving first in relation to cashless gaming and carded play, so that we will be able to learn from that in relation to many things, including cybersecurity, and implement that should this be rolled out across pubs and clubs.
So at West's Newcastle, I understand that there was a hack which was related to cashless gaming. Is that correct?
There was, I have to take the detail on notice, but yes, there was an incident at the trial we were holding at West Newcastle, I think, with one of not with the cashless gaming itself, I think with one of the banking suppliers that was the financial provider to the cashless technology provider. I'm happy to provide more details of exactly what occurred on notice, if that's helpful.
Yeah, that would be helpful, and also how the how the panel is engaging with organisations like banks to ensure that there's an understanding of requirements for security, and obviously what the problem was here and how we can avoid those.
Yes, absolutely. So
issues
the panel is engaging with the banks, and they have taken the independent report or evaluation of the West Newcastle trial, which spoke about some of those issues, has been provided to the panel, so they'll take that on board. Plus, as I said, they do have some pretty serious expertise on the panel in terms of the head of cybersecurity in New South Wales that is providing advice as well.
And is that evaluation report going to be made public?
I thought it was, but if it's not, I'll take it
Okay.
on notice and come back to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's on our website. The Secretary's just informed me.
Fabulous, thank you. Are those issues that were experienced in Newcastle West happening anywhere else that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, and that was specific to the cashless gaming trial that was being held in that club at the time. I don't know that issue has occurred elsewhere.
Okay.
And you mentioned before that there were, or you or the Minister, I think, mentioned before that there were 4 different operators you were trialling?
3.
3, sorry.
Yeah.
Was it particular to, well, of course, that'd be one, but have you looked at any of the other areas where that operator is trialling in any of those, what was it, 13 locations?
So the operator in question at West Newcastle is not actually one of the operators participating in the cashless gaming trial itself.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. There is concern in the local community that they're not really sure what's going on with the trial and how that process will, or like how the program, I guess, will continue in that area. Is there any update on how like Newcastle West will be looking up their like future programs on cashless gaming?
Well, in terms of the cashless gaming trial that the government's committed to running, so that I think, as the Minister explained this morning, the panel is going to provide its report to government in November. That's the date that was committed to a while ago, and that remains the date. Once the government gets that report, it'll obviously need a period of time to consider that, but then decisions will be made about the implementation of cashless gaming across the state.
But is there any communication with that particular local area about how that that incident is going to impact the club and their use of pokies there?
There hasn't been to this. I mean, that incident occurred in an isolated trial that is finished and is no longer occurring, so that club is now operating as it normally would have pre that trial being in place.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
I can go to...
Oh, sure, I can do one.
Yep.
Okay. Now, with respect to the point of consumption tax, at the Rose Hill inquiry, Racing New South Wales confirmed that their funding was down 17% due to downturn in wagering. Is this something that you're concerned about in terms of the declining funding to racing codes?
If that question is directed to me, I mean, the funding arrangements...
I think it was probably more likely to be directed to Mr... Well, I don't know if you feel... to either you or Mr Griffin, I suspect.
Mr Griffin's really the regulator of the greyhound racing industry. The funding for the racing industry is something that government is looking at. So I think you're probably aware that the Minister and the Treasurer have announced that Tabcorp has put a proposal on the table. They've committed to establishing a process to consider that proposal. That's underway, but there's probably not much more I can say about it at this point, other than to confirm that what's in that media release is accurate, that the government is looking at that proposal.
Now, with respect to the federal government's consideration of banning gambling advertising, have you been having any discussions with the federal government about their attention in that regard?
We and members of my team participate on what's called a senior officers working group, which is senior officers from each state with the federal representative as well. I understand the ministers met recently as well to discuss the report, but at this point nothing has been made public. The federal government has not responded to that report, so we await that, as I'm sure you do.
And have you undertaken any modelling with respect to any financial impact that this might have on the 3 racing codes in New South Wales?
We haven't, no.
Okay. Given wagering is already down, being the main funding mechanism of racing, and we heard evidence from the Minister earlier in terms of Racing New South Wales reserves in this regard, and given also that the federal government is looking at banning advertising, is the government still considering a point of consumption tax increase at this time?
That's a question for the Treasurer.
Okay. In June, the Treasurer and the Minister for Gaming and Racing announced the point of consumption tax increase was being actively considered. Is this still the case?
That's a question for the Minister and the Treasurer.
Okay. Thank you.
Back to Mr Barakat on vibrancy reforms this time. Are there any increases in licensing fees that have been imposed in the last 12 months for liquor licences?
Yes. So off the back of the vibrancy reforms being shepherded through Parliament at the end of last year and passed, there was an increase in licence fees across the board. It was a minimal increase. Licence fees hadn't increased for many years other than by CPI, and it was a small increase to assist with the implementation of some of those reforms. Chiefly among them was Liquor and Gaming New South Wales, which sits within hospitality and racing, took on responsibility for noise regulation, where that noise is associated with the licensed premises. So historically there were 6 or 7 different agencies that had a role in that. It's now just Liquor and Gaming, and so part of that licence fee increase was to help resource that team to be able to do that effectively and deliver on the government's commitment.
Have you been receiving feedback from the industry that it has become a problem for them to pay those increases?
Certainly it wasn't a popular decision to increase licence fees, but I think most in the industry understand. The peak bodies were certainly brought along on the journey the whole way. There is, though, and I can provide a notice detail about how to do this, but there are hardship provisions in place. So if venues are genuinely struggling for good reason to actually meet that increased cost, then they can apply to us for an exemption.
Is there a schedule of fees in one list, one document?
I think there is on our website, but we can provide that on notice.
Could you also please provide the difference in fees, or at least
what they were compared to what they are now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
So just the original table and the updated table, if that's
assuming there's no issue doing that, then I'm happy to provide that on notice.
Sorry, Mr Barakat, how did you describe those vibrancy reforms passing through Parliament? Did you say shepherded through?
I can't remember, possibly.
Yeah. Anyway.
Are we the flock? In terms of one of the things
maybe
that
we're the wolves.
Maybe wolves in sheep's clothing.
I've heard from the industry that there's concern around insurance fees. So while there might be less restriction on operating hours, for example, the increase in insurance from an increased risk, essentially, or perceived increased risk, means that there are higher costs for businesses that are kind of not accommodated for, I suppose, with the additional increase in licensing fees. Have you been made aware of those concerns?
Not specifically about insurance, not that we have any oversight of the insurance regime, but we're broadly aware, obviously, that the industry has a lot of costs. And to your point earlier, I think that that article that you referenced with those 29,000 in different fees, and just on that, I think a lot of those fees are not related to liquor licensing, it's development applications and policing costs and things like that. But we're aware broadly that there is a lot being put on industry, but the purpose of the vibrancy reforms is genuinely to make things easier and allow venues to diversify and do more things. And that's really what they're focused on. So that to the extent that they can also be reducing costs, we're obviously looking at that too.
Is there a place that businesses, obviously particularly small businesses, can come to and, I guess, provide that feedback effectively? Like, they've obviously got many different regulatory regimes that they have to abide by. Is it your area that is basically funneling the feedback that they're providing that quantifies all of those costs?
I think it's probably through the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner, which is really driving the vibrancy reforms, and their focus is not just about liquor and gaming, which sits within our space. It's much more broad than that, and I think Commissioner Rodriguez is very well aware of some of the issues that are facing the industry, and we speak regularly about those. In terms of what people can provide, the feedback people can provide to us, we're obviously happy to take feedback at any time about anything. Certainly, me and my executive team have monthly meetings with AHA Clubs New South Wales and those sorts of peak bodies, and we would expect that if their members are feeling the pinch and have concerns, that through those forums they would raise them with us and we would take action as appropriate.
So what are the major issues that they're raising with you?
Well, I think some of the licence fee increases was obviously one. There's a range of different things that are raised with us. I think broadly speaking, though, the industry is very well aware that the government is doing a lot, as the Office of the 24-Hour Economy Commissioner, to make things easier in this space. So they are happy, I think, in the direction that we are moving. We've certainly tried to make things easier. We've done a lot in our licensing space to try and streamline the application process, for example, automate things where we can, and that work's not finished. But it's certainly something we're focused on, and I think it's not going to be an immediate thing, but we are looking at ways we can, there's a planning system, there's a liquor licensing system, how can those two things talk to each other better? So we are really moving in the direction to make things easier for those businesses.
There's been some high-profile media around the conduct of companies like Swill House and Maryvale, and we don't have to go through the details of them, but obviously some pretty unsavoury behaviour. Are they risking their licences? Is there behaviour that has been demonstrated by those organisations as employers that could impact their liquor licences?
So I'll talk generally, because I know there's police and safe work investigations underway, and so that is the appropriate mechanism for some of these allegations to be dealt with and investigated. Yes, if allegations are proven, the police can, of their own volition or through us, make a disciplinary complaint to the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority, for example, about a particular licensee or operator, and the authority may determine, based on that advice, that individual is not a fit and proper person to be associated with a liquor licence in New South Wales, and they can ban them for a period of time or for life from operating in the industry. The police could also come to us and seek that we impose conditions on particular licences to do or not do certain things. So all of that could play out, yes.
So does that only occur if police proactively engage your department?
No, we can do things off our own back, but I guess we wouldn't do things while there is an ongoing police, and in this case, safe work investigation underway. We obviously wouldn't want to get in the way of that. They need to take precedence, and then we can make some decisions either based on that evidence or based on other things that we know whether we should move forward.
So what are the general mechanisms that don't involve a police investigation that could trigger?
Well, we have investigators and inspectors that do similar things. So we're out at venues making sure they're complying with their obligations under the law. We do covert operations, overt inspections, all sorts of things. And were we to identify things, we also get complaints, obviously, from a range of people. So we would investigate those complaints and come to a decision. And then if we had evidence to suggest that something was happening, we could either impose conditions of our own, or again, we could take something through to Ms. Lamb and the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority to take action.
So had you conducted any investigations around these companies and their venues? And if you have, Was there anything that was revealed?
Not to my knowledge, nothing recently. I mean, there's some
So no investigations?
historical complaints that are unrelated to this.
Okay. And that's because you haven't received complaints, or because it didn't fit within, I don't know, some regimented calendar that you undertake?
We would have been. I can take on notice when the last time we may have been in one of these venues was.
That would be helpful.
It would be that we hadn't identified anything on that inspection that warranted any further action, I assume.
Yeah, that would be helpful. And just to clarify, you say you're waiting until the police investigations are complete before taking action.
I wouldn't say we're waiting. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to take action before a police investigation has been completed,
Can I ask why that is?
Well, we wouldn't want to impede the ability of the police to do their job, essentially. We're happy to, if they came to us wanting our assistance or advice, we're obviously going to provide that, but we wouldn't run a parallel investigation while the police were running their own. It wouldn't be appropriate.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you want me to jump in? Mr. Crawford, just with respect to the latest Bell inquiry, what's been the total cost to the government of that inquiry?
The total cost of the inquiry is around 3.2 million.
Okay. And is that compensated anyways by the Star themselves?
The Star have agreed to pay that, so we're waiting for a cheque. They've got the invoice, we're waiting for the cheque.
Thank you. And with respect to the cost of Mr. Weeks in his appointment and his extension, is that paid by the taxpayers or is that paid by the Star?
Paid by the Star.
Okay. And what's the total cost of that so far and with the extension as well?
Since when? I'll have to take that on advisement. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
But what period are you looking at? Since he was appointed? Or?
Since he was appointed on the 17th of October 2022.
Okay, I'll come back to you on if that's okay.
Thank you very much. I think that'll do us.
Chair, if I just have 1 second. So in relation to one of those groups, I won't say names in here, but we did receive a complaint recently, which we then referred on to the police, but I probably can't say much more than that at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Barakat. Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair, and Mr. O'Brien, if you could come forward again just to get a bit more information about the Racing for the Regions project. You said earlier that you have a regular meeting with the project manager from Racing New South Wales. Are you able to say when the money was transferred to each of these clubs to build their infrastructure?
So
when did it land in the bank accounts of the clubs?
So the funding deed is with Racing New South Wales. So any funding that's provided would go directly to Racing New South Wales to pay.
In your regular meetings with the project manager for Racing New South Wales, can you tell the committee when the money landed in the bank accounts of these clubs so they can get on with the job of building the infrastructure?
So Racing New South Wales is responsible for undertaking the projects, delivering the projects in accordance with the deed that we have with them.
I understand that perfectly, but earlier you said you have regular meetings with their project manager, yes? In those meetings, wouldn't you ask, well, has Gosford Race Club now got the money they need to build the stables? Has it landed in their bank account so they can actually do the job?
The money is delivered to Racing New South Wales in accordance with
that's
the
not what I'm
obligations
asking.
of the funding deed. So it's not going directly to the clubs to manage the projects.
Right, it's never gone. The money's always been kept in Racing New South Wales accounts. It's never actually been distributed by Racing New South Wales to any of the clubs. So what's been the role of the clubs?
Most of the money is actually sitting with the department.
Right.
It's until Racing New South Wales actually delivers or incurs costs for specific projects and can demonstrate that it's met the requirements of the deed, and then the money can be paid once they can demonstrate that.
Okay, well, none of the 8 projects listed here in the Minister's document have been fully completed. Will there be an audit or an evaluation report on how this scheme has unfolded?
So I think the document that the Minister provided does show that the Tamworth sand trap, for example, has been completed, so that money's been paid. I think there was another one in Sapphire Coast where the amenities upgrade's been completed as well.
Yeah, well, none of them have been fully completed. Like at Tamworth, the stables development is not yet completed. I mean, the whole projects as listed haven't been fully completed. But will there be an audit or an evaluation report of how this program, this taxpayer-funded program, has unfolded?
In terms of an audit, I think that would be a matter for the audit office to consider.
Well, the Auditor General doesn't normally look at Racing New South Wales, as we know, but you're suggesting they could look at what you've done in the department or the Office of Racing.
Well, my understanding is that this is because this is the delivery of public funds through the department, then that would be something that.
Okay, but you're not organising your own evaluation report at this time.
Not at this stage. We're involved in actually delivering or oversighting the delivery of the projects and delivering the funding to.
Right. Okay. On a separate matter, can you explain to the committee the process for organising the selection panel for replacing the chair of Racing New South Wales or a vacancy on the board?
Do you mean the earlier this year?
Well, just the process that you go through in putting forward the names for the selection panel that the Minister adopts.
Yep. So for any selection process, we'll provide a brief to the Minister at the start of a process to get approval for that to be undertaken and set out a range of matters that the Minister may need to make a decision on. Under the Thoroughbred Racing Act, the Minister is responsible for establishing a selection panel and also appointing a probity advisor. So we provide advice on potential selection panellists and as well as probity. We also advise on things like timing for public advertising of the vacancies, timing for the process to be run through, selection panel to interview candidates, make reports to the Minister,
right.
And then go through Cabinet and so forth.
And where do you get the names from to put recommendations forward for a selection panel? How do you select the selectors?
So, I mean, there's people that have appeared on panels before that we know are able to or appropriate to do that, to provide that role or undertake that role. We have regard to the Public Service Commission's appointment standards, which provides guidelines around ensuring that at least one person on the panel has relevant subject matter experience. So that guides some of the names that we might provide to the Minister, and we can provide some advice around that.
Right, and do you receive representations, politicians, racing industry participants who contact you and say, we think, so-and-so would be good for this selection panel?
No, not usually.
Did you receive any representations concerning the panel selected for the replacement of Russell Balding?
No.
No one from Racing New South Wales at all contacted you?
No.
Right, and why did you think Mr Dummonsey was a suitable person to go forward on the selection panel?
He's been a long-standing administrator in racing in New South Wales.
Right. What's been his experience with thoroughbred racing?
Well, he was in harness racing, but he's obviously a very experienced racing administrator.
Right, and while at harness racing, he established a working and what turned out to be a long-standing friendship with Peter Volandis, so didn't he have a conflict of interest to then be part of the process to select Mr Volandis' boss?
So as part of the selection process, all panellists made declarations as to any conflicts. The probity advisor oversighted that as well and reported back to the Minister that all conflicts were appropriately declared and managed through the process.
Right. Did Mr Dummonsey declare that conflict?
I can't divulge what might have been declared in those documents.
Did you know of that conflict when you put his name forward?
I'm aware that Mr Dummonsey and Mr Volandis previously worked together in harness racing, yes.
And have had a long-time association and friendship ever since? You're aware of that?
I can't comment.
You're aware that they work together at harness racing?
I'm aware that they work together. I can't
you
comment
didn't
on the
consider
nature of
that
their
to be
friendship.
a conflict of interest, that Mr Dummonsey could help select Mr Volandis' boss?
No, because he wasn't. Mr Volandis wasn't associated with the selection process.
Well, I wouldn't. I think most people, CEO of an organisation, would like to have their best friend picking the chair of the board. So that was your recommendation, Mr O'Brien. You take responsibility for putting Mr Dummonsey forward, knowing the relationship with Volandis.
I think if I might just say, Ms Latham, the list that goes to the Minister is a long list. The Minister selects from the list. Mr O'Brien did not recommend Mr Dummonsey to be on the selection panel. He was just on a list that the Minister
put him on the list. How many were on the list, Mr O'Brien?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice. There's probably about 20 names altogether. That we generally put up quite a long list of people.
Right, and who was the probity advisor? Let me guess, O'Connor Marsden.
No, it wasn't.
No? Oh, well. What a shock. Who was it?
It's APAC Probity was the...
APAC Probity, okay. Thank you. Could I go to you, Mr. Barakat? In your work as Deputy Secretary and responsibility for racing, is there a government policy about media access to racing facilities, given all the public money and ownership of land that goes into these particular facilities?
Media access, as in access
Well, public
of the
and free
media
speech
to-
access, that we understand that racing bodies shouldn't be telling certain organisations you no longer have accreditation to have a media pass for accessing a race course because of your views.
I mean, there's not a policy of that nature that I'm aware of. No.
Right. Are you aware that the Thoroughbred report has been kicked off ATC race courses because of their views about the sale of Rose Hill?
I'm not aware of that.
No. Does that concern you? And do you think we need a policy of enshrine some principles of media access and free speech, that an organisation like that shouldn't be denied access to the media pass for ATC race courses just because they have a contrary view on Rose Hill?
I'm happy to answer factual questions, Mr. Latham, but I'm not really here to offer my opinion about whether or not...
Right. What sort of what policies have you got about racing?
Can you be more specific about the
Well,
policies you're looking at?
a government department normally has a policy for its responsibilities. Do you have
we have
policy statements in any of the areas of racing administration in New South Wales?
I mean, we have a different role in relation to racing than we do
Right.
in relation to liquor, gaming and wagering.
Uh-huh.
The racing controlling bodies are the commercial and regulatory bodies, aside from Greyhound Racing New South Wales, with oversight of their respective racing codes. I would expect that they would have policies and procedures in place to address some of the things that you've spoken about today.
Right. As a general principle, is there any government policy about the best way of administering integrity responsibilities in the three codes?
Not specific to the three codes, but there are many government policies in relation to integrity and accountability that would be applicable to government departments. But again, Racing New South Wales, Harness Racing New South Wales and Greyhound Racing New South Wales are not government departments. They're constituted separately and are independent from the Crown.
So from your perspective, they look after the integrity matters and that's their responsibility without a sort of a general policy of government as to how they should do it structurally?
That's my understanding.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barakat. Ms. Hurst, who is online.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I've got questions for the Assistant Commissioner Lee Drake, as well as Steve Griffin, if I've got time to ask him a couple of questions as well.
Well, yes, you do, Ms. Hurst. We'll just get them to come forward if we could, so that
Thank you.
they have a microphone. Mr. Crawford, do you have questions for Mr. Crawford?
No, just Steve Griffin, I think, and
Mr.
Lee
Crawford,
Drake
if
at the
you
moment.
could just retire to the back rows for a moment.
Could I just respond to Mr. Farlow? Mr. Weeks was paid between...
Sorry, Chair, is my timer still going for this?
No.
And 2024 July, 1.5 million.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And to the point of order that I think Ms Hurst raised, if we could reset her clock. Yep.
We have.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Crawford.
you.
Thank you. The clock is...
Thank you so much, Chair.
Fire
Assistant
away, Ms.
Commissioner.
Hurst.
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner Drake, thank you so much for coming today. I really appreciate your time. Look, I've spoken with multiple former employees of Greyhound Racing New South Wales and GWIC who are concerned. They'd like to give evidence at one of your inquiries or put in a submission, but they're very nervous about the effect of non-disclosure agreements that they have signed. Can I get a confirmation from you that if they make a submission or if they give evidence as part of your inquiry, that they will actually be protected from any legal proceedings from those NDAs?
No, I can't give you that undertaking. I intend to examine the application for confidential evidence on a case-by-case basis as each person applies, and each person applies if there's a ground for having their evidence to be private, then I will keep the evidence private. But I can't give you a blanket undertaking about any such outcome. As to what is or is not the binding nature of any confidentiality clause in the agreements, it's a matter about which each person needs to get some advice, but it doesn't seem to me to be something that would inhibit their ability to give evidence from a quick look. But that's not my legal advice, and I can't give a blanket undertaking. Applications for privacy and confidential evidence will be considered case by case.
Okay. And if somebody does apply to give confidential evidence, then that should help sort of ensure that they are sort of getting any legal proceedings under an NDA, because I know that there's a lot of nervousness.
Under a what?
Sorry,
An
under the
NDA.
NDAs, non-disclosure
Sorry, I
agreements.
couldn't hear you, sorry.
That's all right.
I've got...
I'm sorry.
You'll have to repeat the question, please, Ms. Hurst.
Okay.
Start
Thank
again.
you. So sorry. So my question was that if somebody was to give that confidential evidence, that they would then be protected from legal proceedings within the non-disclosure agreements.
I've got no idea about that. They'd have to get independent legal advice.
It's just that I know a lot of these people don't have the funding to be able to get their own legal advice. And so, and there's many people. My concern is that if they're too worried to come forward because they're worried about the effects of non-disclosure agreements, that a lot of these people won't give evidence at the inquiry. Do you see that as a hurdle as well?
I see it as a reason why I would consider each application on its merits and consider a private hearing. And I'm aware of the concern that's been expressed to me as well.
Yeah, thank you. Will the hearing on the 16th of September be open to the public?
The opening will be, but not
The opening will be?
Yes, but not the evidence of each person. That person by person evidence will be confidential. But there will be an opening and a statement made by either me or counsel assisting, so far as I'm aware at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Griffin, this morning I was asking about the deaths of Albie and Katana. I know that GWIC was also CC'd on those emails. Could I just find out what GWIC did in response when they received those emails in June?
Yeah, I forward those because I think the emails contained a necropsy report. Was attached to those emails in relation to each of those greyhounds that have been conducted, and I pass them on to our Chief Veterinary Officer just for some advice. But GWIC does not have any remit in relation to that US rehoming program, so there was no action for us to take.
Okay, thank you. And so just going back to Commissioner Drake, if I've got some time left, can I just get an understanding around the timeline of the inquiry? If you have any understanding at this point in time, how many hearings you plan to hold?
All right, the hearings commence on the 16th September. I've set aside 2 weeks, 2 hearing blocks of a week. I have made provision tentatively in case there is need for further dates. I'm due to deliver my report on the 13th of December.
Thank you.
The time
Thanks,
for
Chair.
submissions, just to assist, the time for submissions has been extended by a fortnight. That was in response to somebody who wasn't represented by lawyers and was having difficulty with time, getting it done in time, and I thought it reasonable to extend the time for submissions by an additional fortnight.
Thank you very much. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Griffin, looking at the Britain report, which I'm sure you have read and digested, one of the bits that stuck out for me was a statement, and I'll just quote it. He said, "It could appear that GWIC are being weak and not prosecuting known veterinary offenders," end quote. We've had a discussion in a previous estimates about a particular vet who was performing pin firing on greyhounds, and I understand that in that case there was no prosecution undertaken by GWIC. Is that correct? And are there any vets that GWIC has actually prosecuted?
We don't regulate vets. The New South Wales Veterinary Practitioners Board does, so we made a referral of that matter to the VPB.
I understand that in some of those cases the veterinary board comes back and says we can't do anything because there's no known offence. So if you've referred something like that to the VPB, are you following it up to check something's been done?
Yes, we are, and we're attempting to enter into an MOU with the VPB for exchange of information and passing on information about various things that we see and observe from vets operating within the industry. And so we always continually check up, and I don't think they've progressed that matter in relation to that I'm aware of in terms of any disciplinary other action.
I understand they can't because there's been no prosecution. So there seems to be a bit of a gap there then if GWIC isn't prosecuting these vets for offences. So this is not necessarily a breach of the veterinary code, this is a breach of the Greyhound Welfare Code. So why aren't you prosecuting vets?
We can't, because veterinary surgeons are not participants. GWIC can only take action against industry participants.
Okay. So is that similar then for the vet that was mentioned in the Britain report, in which I understand GWIC performed search and seizure in relation to that particular vet?
That particular vet was a former participant, racing participant.
So you had some...
So there is some action that I can't talk about any further.
I understand. Okay, thank you. But there is an MOU being progressed in relation to the other issues?
With the VPB, so that we can exchange information in relation to information we receive in relation to vets and their activities within the greyhound racing industry that we may think is an issue professionally.
Okay. Would it help if if there was some other sort of powers given to you under regulation to help you prosecute directly these vets, even if they're not participants, if they're involved in the greyhound industry?
That's a matter of government policy.
Yep. I asked a question on notice about how many times GWIC had commenced prosecutions under POCTA, and I understand the response was on 4 occasions. Is that ever?
Yes, ever. So, and no, it was actually 3 occasions, and two were withdrawn, and one went through the court system to finality.
Yeah. So every other breach of the rules has been through a disciplinary procedure through GWIC.
They have.
Even where there is where an offence could be made out under the Act.
An assessment's made whether there's sufficient evidence to proceed under POCTA. In addition to, obviously we take the disciplinary process, which can be dealt with very quickly, and that can be dealt with under the racing rules. Then the decision's made based upon legal advice of the success or otherwise of a brief of evidence if there is a breach of POCTA, to determine whether it should be pursued in the local courts.
We're getting a bit of a weird situation though where, cruelty and neglect to greyhounds is dealt with as a lesser offence than if it was to another dog outside of the industry, particularly when it comes to offences that now might carry with it exclusion of being able to have other animals. Do you think it's appropriate that GWIC isn't prosecuting those extreme offences through
But we are, and we have a couple of cases on at the moment. In relation both pursuing under POCTA and Section 39 of the Greyhound Racing Act, which also has a 2-year term of imprisonment. So we are pursuing those matters where we believe we have a strong case to proceed in local court. The rules of evidence for proceeding in a criminal court are much higher standard and burden of proof than it is to deal with things in the disciplinary space.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
Can I, sorry, Chair, can I just want to correct the public record. In response to your early question about who paid for the trip to the US. It was Greyhound Racing New South Wales that paid for accommodation and flights, but we paid for the staff incidentals.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you for that, Mr. Griffin. The opposition?
Yes, if I could ask if Ms McInnes could come up, please.
Thank you. Ms McInnes, please come forward.
You've got a bit of forewarning on what these questions are
Yes,
from the Minister's earlier session. So, Ms McInnes, is the government on track to achieve outcome targets in supporting veterans at risk and in experiencing homelessness?
So homelessness is a really tricky issue, just generally because it's very hard to collect homeless data by the nature of homelessness. So there have been a number of national studies, and there is an indication that veterans are at high risk of homelessness. So that is known, but there is no really hard data for New South Wales as such. I'll just look up my very helpful answer. So we do have some indications through different sources, street counts and so forth. Sydney's very good at doing street counts and they do identify veterans. I can say that the best thing we're doing is working with Homes New South Wales to try and increase services and provisions that can cater for veterans. So we also work very closely with the ex-service organisation landscape. You'd be familiar with RSL Life Care. They have the Homes for Heroes program. So they're ramping up their services because veterans are most likely to reach out to veterans or to veteran services to couch surf with other veterans. So to provide supports that they can access through those existing networks is really the very best thing we can do. So we're working very closely with New South Wales Government and also with ex-service organisations. The other thing that we're doing is working very closely with the hub network that's being rolled out across the state through Commonwealth funding. So we're connecting New South Wales Government services into those hubs very actively so that if veterans and their families go to those hubs for supports, they can be directed to the appropriate New South Wales Government services from there.
And who within your office is undertaking this work? Have you got a team in it, or? And I know your office is 13 people, isn't it? So it's,
we've actually currently got 15.
Oh,
We've got one extra staff member helping with the forward work on the new veterans strategy. Okay. So, yeah. So we work very much by leveraging and coordinating and collaborating. So we work with the Commonwealth Government, with our own colleagues in state government and with the broader landscape. So Homes New South Wales we've met with on a number of occasions now. There is Commonwealth funding that's being rolled out that some of the ex-service organisations are applying for, the HAF fund, Housing Australia Fund. There's some opportunities in that for homelessness as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And you mentioned in terms of the upcoming veteran strategy, what are some of the timelines and milestones that you've got in place for its preparation?
Thank you. We're on track, so we obviously are leveraging the existing strategy that had a lot of work put into it and also benefited from a lot of the Commonwealth research. We've been working over the last couple of years responding to the Royal Commission, working with all our colleagues in state, so we're very aware of the propositions and the issues that are being raised through the Royal Commission, waiting for the report on Monday to land and look at their recommendations, and that will inform it as well. We've recently written to all secretaries from our secretary and to all agencies that might have an interest in veterans, including Homes New South Wales, Corrections, emergency services, etc. So everyone is aware of the new strategy. We're reminding them of things they've already committed to and reporting on the existing strategy, and then whether they continue or offer to do new things into the next strategy. And in parallel with that, at an officer level, we work very closely, of course, across the whole of government with colleagues in areas that are particularly relevant to veterans. So we've been doing officer level follow-up to develop some programs. We've also taken a number of opportunities at forums. We had a forum on the Central Coast, had a forum down in Nowra where we actively asked the veteran community the sorts of things they'd like to see in the strategy. We meet regularly with the key ex-service organisations, RSL New South Wales, Life Care, Families of Veterans Guild and Legacy. So we're talking to them about the forward strategy. So effectively we use whatever opportunities we can to network. We had a forum online with our own colleagues in the department, veterans, and ask them for their inputs as well. So hopefully it'll be a really robust, slim resources, but leveraging whole of state as best we can.
Thank you. And with respect to those resources and funding, you outlined you've got one additional staff member who is working on this project. What's your entire funding envelope for being able to prepare this strategy?
So we've been fortunate. The department does support us very well. It isn't a large budget, and I'll just check my paper to give you the exact figure. So our whole budget for this financial year is 8.95 million. 1 extra million has gone to the Anzac Memorial this year for some really critical maintenance works. It's its 90th anniversary, so 5.075 million of the 8.95 is going to the Anzac Memorial this financial year.
Thank you very much. Yes, Munro.
Thank you. Mr Levesque, could you please come up?
Mr Levesque, if you come forward, that would be greatly appreciated.
A doctor, I should say. My
Sorry,
apologies.
Apologies.
No wonder he didn't. No wonder he was slow.
Please. Must be someone else.
Don't want to disrespect what I imagine was an enormously hard piece of work that took you to becoming a doctor. I am interested in the New South Wales Medical Research Support Program and the ongoing funding to that. I know that earlier in the year there were questions about how much money would be allocated to the program. Is there money in the budget and over the forward estimates for that program?
Yes, the money for the medical research support program comes from the New South Wales base budget and the budget that's allocated to my division.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a provision for the next 4 years as part of the announcements.
Mm-hmm.
This has been the case for 8 years.
Okay, and how much is that?
So the way the program works is that there are criteria that we use to determine the allocation that is provided to the different centres, depending on their scientific productivity. So before we have the full proposals, assess them, and then allocate the resourcing, we're not sure of the full amount, but we've got $40 million available for the next financial years to allocate to the program.
Okay, and how many applications are you receiving every year, generally?
The way the program works is that it's a 4-year allocation. So the process started last financial year to get into the next round of 4 years. And we're currently assessing the applications that we received, using usual peer review committees. It's usually research institutes that are known that apply for this program, given the fact that the eligibility criteria are very clear. And as I've said earlier, not all research centres or units are eligible for that program.
So how many generally apply, or how many have applied, and in the past, how many have received funding under the program?
Yeah, just give me 1 minute so I can tell you about the previous recipients. Thirteen institutes in the previous round of the programs received funding over the last 4 years.
And how many applied for this new 4-year period?
This is not an information that I have. The review committee has received various proposals. I will receive the report and the recommendations from the committee, but at the moment I don't have the information about the number of applicants.
Okay, and that report, I presume, is kept private? Is that right?
Yes, it's the proceedings of a peer review committee. So what will be announced are the selected institutes.
Do you get feedback from the organisations that receive money through this program that indicate that any changes to the criteria, for example, the process of application needs to be amended or updated?
Well, we do receive feedback on our various programs on a regular basis. With regards to the amount of the allocation, we also follow the guidelines from the National Health and Medical Research, and we're well within the proposals or guidelines with regards to the funding of indirect costs for research, which is the aim of the MRSP program.
So the terms of the program haven't changed from last round to this round, is that right?
There was a slight adjustment in the cap for the program, and that was due to financial constraints and the fact that we had other priority programs that also needed to receive funding where we had commitments before. But those adjustments keep the program within the recommendations from the NHMRC towards the higher level in the brackets.
And what was that adjustment from what to what?
So the program was adjusted from $44.5 million to $40 million, and we reallocated $4.5 million for a priority program on viral vector.
On what was it?
Viral vector manufacturing.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Does the government have any programs that link medical research programs to the Aerotropolis development?
Not that I'm aware. We don't have specific programs from health and medical research that link with this.
Okay. Is there any Western Sydney, I mean, we've got Westmead, I guess, is
Yes, of course.
the primary
We have various
example.
programs that relate to health and research and innovation precincts, including programs at Westmead precinct, including the viral vector manufacturing facility, some programs that we've also supported in bacteriophage therapies.
Which innovation precincts do you have programs operating in?
We've got various levels of collaborations and funding through different streams to most of the precincts.
Okay.
And we've got dedicated precinct funding allocated to the Westmead precinct, more specifically for some of the commercialization and training.
Okay. Are you involved in any projects in the Macquarie Park Innovation District?
Yes, we are collaborating with the Office of the Chief Scientist on the RNA pilot manufacturing facility. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And is that the space that you're using there? Where is that? Like, is that guaranteed in some way, or how is that provided?
Well, that's a question that I think would be better answered by the chief scientist, given the fact that they're leading the program of work.
Okay.
But there's a space and a build project going on in Macquarie Park for the RNA manufacturing facility.
Right, I definitely will ask him that. Thank you. I think that's all for now.
Okay.
Take over.
Mr.
Thank you.
Crawford, if you could return to the table.
Thank you, Dr. Levesque.
Thank you. Not to keep you.
Mr. Crawford, apologies for the
Musical chairs?
Not at all.
Sorry, you were just off the table for a moment, so apologies about that.
No trouble.
Mr. Crawford, just with respect, of course, the Bergen inquiry many years ago found that Crown wasn't at the time fit to be able to take its casino licence at that stage. Subsequent to that, Crown's licence has, of course, been issued under Blackstone, as its new owner.
Yep.
And the licence, does it still remain conditional?
No. We found them suitable to hold an unconditional licence and announced that a couple of months ago.
Okay. And with respect to that, are there any further reporting obligations that they have?
Significant.
Yes. And
we're keeping a close eye on them, and we imposed a number of conditions and directions on them at the time we found them suitable, particularly to keep in place the structure, the regulatory structure we put in place around key areas of concern like AML. So Yeah, it's a big company, people will come and go, but we want to make sure the integrity of the structure, the regulatory structure within the company remains consistent.
Thank you. And with respect to the delivery that your agency is undertaking, when it comes to the development and publication of key governance documents, are they all undertaken now?
As this at Crown?
No, this is with respect to the NIC.
Absolutely.
Yep. And also, in terms of the Bergen recommendations, are they now all implemented?
Yes, I think they are. I mean, I'm sorry I haven't checked. I'll come back to you.
No, that's fine. You can
No,
take
I
that
think
on
they
notice.
are. Yes.
And has there been an updated internal control manual that's been developed for the STAR on the basis of those, of both the Bergen inquiry and the Bell report?
Absolutely, yes, there has been.
So that's all been undertaken?
Yep.
And has there yet been the implementation of a new casino operator disciplinary complaints process and breach reporting guide?
Yes, that has been.
And I note that with respect to the NIC that you also invite public comment when it comes to any allegations or concerns in terms of casinos. How many public reports have you received in the last financial year?
Look, I get the odd letter directed to me. I would have thought 3, maybe 4 in the last 12 or 18 months. Not many.
So you're not being inundated?
I'm not being inundated, no.
And what's the process that you undertake after you receive these items of correspondence, we'll put it?
Well, we obviously have a good look at the nature of the complaint, and if we need to take it any further, we talk to our colleagues at Liquor and Gaming and we decide any course of action, but that seldom happens. Normally I write a response back in response to any specific query. Sometimes it's just complaints without any follow-up.
Thank you. And the Gambling Harm Minimisation Advisory Council, Advisory Committee.
Yep.
Is that constituted now?
It is. We had a full meeting last week and it was terrific.
Okay.
Really good.
And how many members does that committee have?
5.
5. And how often will that committee be meeting?
Well, we're meeting again in 2 months' time. We had thought of quarterly, but we'll do it a bit more often. We had quite an active meeting last week, came up with some really good ideas, and we agreed 8 weeks' time we'll get together again.
Okay.
We've got some action items in the meantime.
And is it envisaged, is the Minister invited to attend those meetings? Or?
Not at the moment. I haven't thought of that, to be honest. We're just getting together and, I suppose, a process, and we'd like to get a bit of a roll along before. But yeah, happy to invite him along if he's got time. He's a busy man.
Indeed, he's got a lot of portfolios to look
got a
after,
lot
as
to
we
look
see
after.
today, and a lot of independent agencies to deal with as well. And has the Australian Council of Gaming Regulators been established now?
Yes, it has been.
And how many meetings has that had to date?
I'll have to come back to you on that, but we're pretty active in terms of our interaction with our interstate colleagues, and so yeah, it's quite active, and we talk to them quite frequently.
And I take it, Mr. Crawford, that you attend meetings of that council?
I do.
Yep, indeed. Thank you very much. I think that's it from me.
I can keep going, just some quick ones. I think, Mr. Hamilton, this is best asked of you, though I'm not sure. Anyway, the Minister noted that with Aboriginal procurement, it may be better directed towards the Minister for Finance, but I just wanted to understand, are you assisting their response in any way, or are you able to provide stakeholder feedback into that process to assist with the government response, or have you been doing that?
We're not assisting them, but they've consulted with a number of different agencies, and we've been one of them and provided feedback, yeah.
Okay. And are you going to see the report before it gets made public, the response?
I'd imagine so, yeah. I haven't heard when, but yeah, I'd imagine we would get that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We've got time for 2 minutes from the crossbench and 2 minutes from the opposition. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. If I could
break.
get Mr. Griffin back up again, please.
Sorry, Mr. Griffin, if you could rejoin us, thank you.
It is musical chairs, isn't it? Thank you. I just wanted to talk to you about the rates of serious injury versus deaths. My understanding, obviously, of greyhounds on tracks, my understanding is that injury rates are increasing, but on-track deaths are decreasing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And there's on our website, we just released yesterday the most recent racing injuries and life cycle report. So you're welcome to have a look at those, which gave a picture of how things went in 2023-24. And there was 22 euthanasia or on-track deaths last financial year, a 68% reduction on the previous year, from 68 down to 22.
Yep.
17 of the 22 were actual euthanasias. The other 5 were sudden deaths that occurred after the greyhound had raced. So there's been a substantial reduction of obviously deaths from racing itself. From when the commission was first established, it was 97 in 2018. Serious injury rates have started to come down as well. And
but
so,
with those, sorry, if I can just ask, with those injuries that happen on the track, but then the dog is taken off track and, you know, a number of things can then happen to the dog.
Correct.
Has GWIC done a study, sort of a longitudinal study, of seeing if those dogs are then euthanased off track, or what's happening with those dogs?
Yep. So we always follow up with the triaging veterinary, and our chief veterinary officer always follows up with the triaging veterinary surgeon that the greyhound's sent to under the greyhound care scheme. And we report on if there's a subsequent euthanasia in our injury report. So you'll see a separate table.
Okay.
Within that report, we'll set out the number of greyhounds. The number's very small. I think for the last quarter it was 3. And then we also obviously monitor what are the outcomes in terms of treatment. And we've been asking Greyhound Racing New South Wales to consider making that public. So be very transparent in the fact that greyhounds that go through the greyhound care scheme, it'd be interesting and people should know how those greyhounds fare in terms of their treatment post those programs. So we're encouraging them to do that.
That would be very useful.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Ms. Monroe.
Mr. Barakat, with the Wentworth Park contract and I understand that it's coming up for expiry in 2027, is your department engaging with Greyhound Racing New South Wales to lock something in, or what is your department up to in that process at the moment?
It's really a matter, so I think the licence expires in 2027, and it's really a matter for Greyhound Racing New South Wales and the Greyhound Owners, Breeders Owners Trainers Association, Jabota, to put forward a business case for consideration of use of that site. Ultimately, the decision on the future of Parks one for government, I think Minister Camper, as the Minister for Lands and Property, would be responsible for determining the business case.
So have you received any sort of business case yet from
We
Greyhound
haven't.
Racing New South Wales? Are you expecting to?
Uh,
As in, do you have a timeline that you're kind of locked into? Like, what's the latest date that they can get a business case to you?
I mean, really, this is solely a matter for Greyhound Racing New South Wales and Jabota. It's not something the department has a role in. The timing of the business case is really a matter for them. I would expect that they'd want to get something in sooner rather than later, would be my view.
Fair enough. So what's your department's role in getting that business case? Like, are you going to evaluate it and then present it to the minister, or?
We'd have to figure that out, I think. I think there might be a role for Infrastructure New South Wales, for example, to play in assessing that business case and providing a cost-benefit analysis. Treasury may have a role to play as well. But as I said, obviously, Crown Lands would need to be involved, as Minister Camper is the responsible minister for determining the outcome here.
Ms. Mildwater, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say what Mr. Barakat said at the end there. It isn't actually our department. It's not,
Yeah.
it's not Liquor and Gaming's or Hospitality and Racing's function to assess their business case. It is owned by another department.
Okay, so there is really no role for this department.
Oh, we might be asked to have input, because of the expertise, but it would be owned by the other department.
Okay, and sorry, just to clarify, with that expertise that you have, what expertise would you be using to provide information, like on the validity of claims made, for example, about profitability, or?
No, I think the expertise I was talking about was the racing expertise. If they had particular questions about the racing aspect, but the business case aspect, we would that wouldn't be our role to assess that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Order. It is now time for a break. We will reconvene at 3:45. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Chair, before we do
Commiserations. You didn't get the early mark. So now we return to questions from the crossbench, and the last person standing is Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, and I will try and go as quickly as I can so that people can get an early mark. Can I start up again with you, Mr Griffin? I just wanted to capture a couple of the final questions in relation to the Aussie Mates in the States program. The death of Jazzy, who is the one that most likely died in transit through that sort of rapid ingestion of air, has there been a vet review of the post-mortem?
I believe so, but I'm not aware of the outcome of that.
Okay, is that something you can take on notice to provide? Thank you. Is it true that there had been a direction, as far as you know, to GAP staff that they work to meet quotas on the number of greyhounds that were being sent to the US? Are you aware if there is a quota scheme for numbers of greyhounds being sent or any other kind of financial incentives?
I was not aware of that, no.
Okay. I understand that the GAP manager expressed concerns at YE that she was having to send greyhounds inadequately prepared for rehoming to meet those quotas. Is that something that you know about?
That issue was subject to the YE investigation, and that report's been referred to Commissioner Drake for further inquiries as part of the terms of reference, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment any further in relation to that.
Understood. Can I just confirm that once because of what you were saying before, that once these greyhounds are going into the sort of GAP program and then eventually some of them are taken to the US, GWIC has no oversight then of those greyhounds? Do we have any idea what happens to them once they're there from a sort of regulatory perspective, or that's the end of the story from your perspective?
Jurisdictionally, we have no remit because once a greyhound's gone away from a participant, we no longer have a regulatory remit.
Okay, and do you know if people who are surrendering their greyhounds into the GAP program, do they know if those greyhounds are going to go overseas? Is that... don't know?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Can I ask you, one of the things that was suggested in the Britain report was that we have what he called lethality indices, which is hard to say, of different tracks that should be sort of published by Greyhound Racing New South Wales, and we can see then the comparative information on the track-specific injury rates. Is that something that you think would be a good idea? Would that need to come as a ministerial direction, or is that something that GWIC could suggest?
I think that'll be something that Commissioner Drake will examine as part of her terms of reference and report back to government on.
Okay. The idea of... So I understand at the moment under the rules, New South Wales dogs can't run on consecutive days, but in the UK, for instance, they have a rule that you can't run more than once in a 4-day period. Has that been considered in New South Wales as something that we might change or look into?
Yes, we are continuing to look at the evidence in relation to those aspects to see whether there is any evidence to suggest that whether the current racing frequency rules that relate to racing frequency are inadequate. Generally, our analysis has shown that the majority of greyhounds race, I think it's 9.2 races per 3-month period, so they're not racing, there's not very many greyhounds that are racing very frequently at all.
Mm-hmm.
So really we need to have a look at the evidence that relates to injuries and racing frequency, and there's not a lot of research that's been done in this space.
Okay. I've had a number of people tell my office that, and I also saw it in the Britain report, this suggestion that although there are socialisation rules for greyhounds in the industry, that's very rarely sort of checked up upon. Is it something that GWIC looks at in terms of the socialisation of greyhounds, particularly in those early years?
We check that the owners and trainers have got a socialisation and enrichment plan as required under the Code of Practice. I think the true test of that is picked up as greyhounds seeking to become rehomed, and we're starting to get information back from Greyhound Racing New South Wales in particular with their GAP program in relation to some participants where the greyhounds really aren't well socialised.
Yep.
And I understand that's one of the biggest barriers to rehoming greyhounds quickly, is the fact that some of them just simply aren't being socialised, put with a family, around other animals so they don't attack and become aggressive. So that's the reason why within the Code of Practice is a requirement to have a socialisation enrichment plan and then follow that.
Okay.
So we will check that there's a plan, and then we'll see, and now we're getting information back about those participants where clearly their greyhounds haven't been socialised.
That's really handy to know. So you're getting that information back from
Correct.
Greyhound Racing New South Wales. So far, has any greyhound industry participant been penalised for a lack of socialisation by GWIC?
No, so there's still in early days, so it's a matter of watching that. We're also watching with great interest in taking more compliance action in relation to trainers that are attending race meetings with injured greyhounds.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you. The 50 dogs that were mentioned in the Britain report that were killed supposedly for behavioural reasons, is that something that GWIC has looked into?
That's something that, again, the Commissioner Drake will examine the contents of the Britain report.
Okay.
So I won't be able to comment any further in relation to that.
In the Britain report, the former chief vet, talks about 2 vets who are apparently well known for euthanising dogs. Sort of someone who's easy to go to get them to euthanise. Has any action been taken by GWIC in relation to investigating if that allegation is true?
We closely monitor the euthanasia rates, as you can tell by our quarterly reports, and monitor veterinarians who are involved in euthanasia of greyhounds within the industry.
And this concept of snake bite, and I remember during the GWIC inquiry that we had a couple of years back, there was a lot of trainers talking about snake bites as being the reason for the death of their dogs. Is that something that GWIC ever looks to do a post-mortem on or to validate? Absolutely. So we monitor those, the death reports and the causes of deaths. Again, you'll be able to see in our quarterly report that we monitor those and report on those. We also keep an eye out for trainers that have an inordinate number of deaths in that regard, and then we will place a condition on their registration that if there's any subsequent death, that they have to go and get their greyhound, if it dies, to get an autopsy done and provided to the Commission. Okay. Has there ever been any sort of prosecutions against anyone? None for prosecutions, but we have asked for autopsies. Yeah. Okay. As part of the e-track upgrade to the register, excuse me, a large number of greyhounds were removed from the register because we had lost track of them over time, and so to start the e-track register fresh, we've sort of lost those dogs, but there's never been any sort of public explanation of why we couldn't locate those dogs. Is there anything forthcoming around? Yeah, we're just about to announce the results of the first wave of the tracking, which finished at the end of last year, and I can report that over 98% of greyhounds were accounted for. Only 346 greyhounds weren't accounted for as part of the first tranche of e-tracking, and so that involves 73 participants and former participants. Of that 346, about just under half are greyhounds that are attached to former participants that have left the industry over the last couple of years. So we're still chasing those up, but we believe that they probably took the greyhounds with them when they left the sport, or had them rehomed without telling us. So nevertheless, we're chasing up each one of those
those participants and former participants, and we'll hold them to account if they can't give us a very good reason as to explain where those greyhounds are. And so we'll issue some more media in relation to that very shortly.
Okay, good.
But I'm also pleased to report that people are really starting to get used. That was the first year of doing that. They're now getting used to doing it, and even at this stage we're at 87% for this calendar year, because they're run by calendar year. So it's pleasing that they're starting to pick that up. And with it, we're introducing nose print recognition next month, and that'll make it simpler and easier for industry participants to check in and verify their greyhounds, because they'll be able to use their own mobile device to do it.
Yeah, good. Okay. Thank you. There was another mention in the Britain report around the greyhounds that were being labelled as rehomed to sell. And I know I've heard from people in the industry who have talked to me about basically people who are taking money to rehome a huge number of dogs but can't really look after them. They haven't been sold yet. They're kind of being sort of stored. And I think in the Britain report there was a reference to, I think it was in there, they talked about the Coonabarabran case where a person had a huge number of dogs that they couldn't really look after. That's still being labelled as rehomed. Is there anything being done in relation to sort of tidying up what we think of as being a rehoming versus a dog that's not quite got to its final home yet?
Just a couple of things. Again, I can't go into the Britain report because that's part of Commissioner Drake's inquiry. But I'll just draw your attention to, in terms of the data you're referring to, and I believe it was Ms Hurst's Standing Order 52 that sought information relating to the Britain report. And I draw your attention to reports from our Doctor of Statistics at GWIC in relation to those aspects of analysis or insights that are contained within the Britain report and what her views were in relation to that. I think it clarifies the situation for you in terms of the numbers and rehoming and those sort of things. So that's that aside. In terms of the matter you spoke about at Coonabarabran, there was 37 greyhounds. That was a matter that we did pursue under POCTA, and we're also finalising disciplinary action in relation to that matter. We didn't pursue disciplinary action initially because the person was disqualified in another jurisdiction. So we didn't believe we had to do that at that stage, but that disqualification's now ceased. And so we're moving to do our own disqualification process.
As well as the prosecution?
Prosecution's finalised.
Okay, good.
It's finalised in the Dubbo Court back in December, and there was a 3-year good behaviour bond issued in relation to that, and I think a $2,500 fine.
Okay, great, thank you. I've just got a couple more for you, Mr Griffin. The Wagga 6 that was mentioned in the Britain communique, where there was a reference made to them being located at a vet and then forgotten about by GWIC was the allegation. Are you aware of the status of those 6 dogs now and what they're...
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't know. But again, these are everything in the Britain report's subject to Commissioner Drake's inquiry.
There are people very concerned about the welfare of those dogs right now, and it would be very
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Okay, I think that is all I have for you, and then I just have something quick for you, Mr Barakat. Just to switch things up slightly. I was asking in the other estimates inquiry just very briefly before about these recent allegations around a systemic culture of sexual assault and gendered abuse in the sort of nightclub space. And I know that we've talked previously about, I think we talked about, now I've forgotten the name of the program. Where is Angela, is it? The
Ask for Angela.
Ask for Angela, thank you. I should know what that is. And also training around, being trauma-informed and being able to recognise drink spiking, etc. Is there a role for you to play in terms of the response to those allegations that are being made, or the revelations being made in the paper around that sort of more systemic culture in the hospitality industry?
Yeah, so there's probably a few things. Those two campaigns you've mentioned, Ask for Angela and Think Safe to Drink Safe. We've also been working with What You Were Wearing, so we engaged with them on Think Safe to Drink Safe, and they've again reached out to us prior to these allegations being aired, but to look at whether or not into the RSA course, so the Responsible Service of Alcohol course that all people who work in licensed establishments have to complete, whether we can embed in that a component around sexual violence prevention training to try and upskill staff in those industries. And so we're working with them on doing that and upgrading that training. We're also working closely, I think, Commissioner Michael Rodriguez, has convened a sort of a group and has met with the AHA and others to discuss this issue, and will obviously assist that as well. And I think I'm not sure if you'll hear, I spoke earlier about the action that we could take against operators, licensees, should the police safe work investigations prove that these allegations to be true.
Yep. Yeah, okay.
So there's a range of different things that we can do in this
happening
space.
in the background. All right, thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Boyd. I don't think there's anything more from the opposition nor the government. Mr Budagi? All good. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much to all the officials for your attendance and your evidence today. We very much appreciate it and the work you do for the people of New South Wales. The Secretariat will be in contact in due course with any questions or matters taken on notice. Thank you all again very much and good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.